All right.
Bob, if you could allow me, I'm gonna make a backup recording as well.
Excellent.
It says you need to give me permission to record.
It does.
Yep.
All right. Well, then let me go look at security.
While you're doing that, I just want to let you know, I literally just got a request from Paul Grazowitz to continue 101 Pleasant Street.
Okay. I was expecting that. I don't see anything in the security settings that affects
Yeah, it's in around there somewhere, Bob, because I found it last week or last meeting.
do you remember where you looked?
Nope. Let me just open it up here and take a look. Maybe somewhere under video. No, record. Did you get a pop-up?
Yeah.
Let's see, maybe under. I don't see any recording. You know, a little thing up in the left-hand corner. Oh, let me try settings. Settings.
Bob,
Recording.
when I pull my mouse all the way down to the bottom, you know,
Yeah.
you get the pop-up, and in the middle, there's a button that says record on this computer.
Aha. And Matt, you're saying you tried to do that and it wouldn't allow you to.
It says, please ask the host. Can't find anywhere, or I can ask you, so.
Well, man, I'm telling you, you've asked the host and I told you you could do it.
It's nice of you. It's nice of you to give me permission. I still think that
I know it's
You can
probably
hit
not.
alternate R, hit Alt R and see what happens.
I don't see anything in the Alt R.
If you leave your cursor on the record, and up pops in a little another instruction set, record on this computer, Alt plus R.
yeah, it just gives me the same pop-up box.
And you can't hit the alternate R, Alt R?
I did.
Terry
it gave-
Wilson, do you
Huh.
know how I can allow Matt to also record this meeting? She was telling me earlier today that she is very Zoom friendly, savvy.
I am, but I don't use that feature very much at work. Our corporate attorneys are not keen on it.
Bob, if you pull up the list of participants
Yep.
and you hover over my name, there's a button that says more. There may be something there.
Allowed to record local files. You are a genius. Try it now, Matt.
There we go.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Well, with all that falderall, it's now after 7, so we'll get started. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being audio-video recorded. The agenda lists all the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the by open meeting law. This meeting of the Conservation Commission is being held by Zoom at the link provided with this notice. The Zoom meeting ID is 792-737-0353. And I see I've got a bunch of people to admit. So I'm admitting 5 more people. All right. Now we're up to 21 participants. During the meeting, please address all of your comments to the chair. We'll start with a roll call vote. I'm the chair, Rich Birch.
I'm here, Bob.
Thank you, Rich. Jeff Viviano.
Present.
Thank you. Patty Adams.
Present.
Katie Childs will not be with us. Mike LaRouche
Present.
and Jack Rabbit.
Present.
Are there any announcements from the commission? I'd just like to announce that I can't, well, not that I can't, I won't be making the next meeting. I don't know, Rich, can you chair the next meeting?
I think I can. What's the date?
It's the 15th. It's the, yeah, today's the 1st, it's the 15th.
Let me just check. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I
Well,
think I
it's
might have a
just-
prior appointment.
It's just that I was hoping we could figure this out at the beginning of the meeting, so the applicants commission knew, you know, if our next meeting wasn't going to be until January, you know, that might impact, you know, on how we continue things and stuff, so. But if we, it has to, because
Now, just
Katie
take
won't be
this-
here. Katie won't be here the next, Katie can't make either of the meeting in December. So. Are there any public comments?
Mr. Chairman,
From the members
Sorry.
of the commission? I'd just like to comment that the snow riders are going to take and have a work day on Sunday morning. And they have 6 informational kiosks, you know, to put at trailheads, and they're going to be working to install them this Sunday. And I just want to acknowledge their work and say how deeply indebted we are to their work. And are there any public comments from members of the public?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Mary Wilson. I live at 138 Whiting Street, and I'm here tonight representing the Lunenburg Snow Riders. Thank you for your acknowledgement of our work on the trailhead kiosk. I would like to, at some point tonight, make a presentation about some proposed trail improvements that we'd like to help out in with the small town forest.
I would like to allow Mary to do that presentation now, so she doesn't have to sit through the whole meeting. Is there any objection from members to doing that presentation now? Hearing none. Let me see if you can share your screen, Mary. Allow people to share. I just checked shared screen, so you should be able to.
Are you able to see that, Mr.
Yep.
Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. This I don't think will take very long. Previously, a member had approached the commission about some trail improvements in the small town forest, and we were asked to bring back a more formal proposal, which is what I'd like to put in front of you tonight. And I will go through the specific locations and show you a few characteristic photos of the area as well. But first, I'd like to just review what we were proposing to do. We'd like to improve the orange and yellow multi-use trails in the small town forest. These improvements would consist of trimming and widening the overgrown trails there, which I believe are important for safety, as well as, allowing and encouraging the members of the community to get out and enjoy the trails. We'd like to straighten and level the trails to minimize tripping hazards, improve safety, improve access. And of course, these improvements would be used and leveraged by all trail users, by hikers, the horseback riders, the mountain bikers, snowshoers, etc., including the snowmobiling. And this will also allow us to get our maintenance vehicle back into that trail so that we can continue to maintain the trail for usage by the general public. And more specific to that proposal, what the big issues that we see out there are a number of stumps that were left by the timber harvesting that was conducted in that forest a number of years ago. We would propose to grind just to level any stumps that are larger than 20 inches in diameter and those that are obstructed. And by obstructed, I mean those stumps that are close enough together that their roots are intertwined. So we would grind those to level and leave the chips to decompose naturally. Stumps that are less than 10 inches in diameter, and those that are unobstructed, so they're far enough apart that they would not have entangled roots, we would propose to pull those with an excavator and then level the area so that it was, safe to walk on and we wouldn't have to worry about people tripping or whatnot. We would take those pulled stumps and we would relocate them to the adjacent forested area to foster wildlife habitat and then also to decompose naturally. And while we're out in that area, we propose to remove 3 toppled trees that are currently blocking the trail, and then to, prune back the trail so that we have good line of sight to the markers so that folks are clear where the trail is and where the trail is not. Now, I did put some approximate numbers around the grinding and the pulling of the stumps. Those are approximate numbers based on the number of resources that we expect to have and also the amount of equipment that we expect to have. And we would propose to conduct this over 2 man days. Any questions before I move on? Okay, I'll go to the next slide. And we did go back and take some photos of the area. You can see there, this is representative. There are about 3 areas that have overgrown saplings coming up, so the trail is very much obscured. We have 3 trees that are toppled over. One of them is actually behind this overgrown area, so I couldn't get a good view, good photo of it, but it's approximately 20 inches in diameter that's obstructing the trail. And then there are a lot of stumps, and you can see from the photos here that these stumps don't really stand out a lot, so it's easy for somebody to not see them and trip. And then as you go into these overgrown areas, those stumps are also just as dense in that area, and they do make for a tripping hazard. This is the map of the small town forest. And I'll just go from there to a focus area up in this loopback area at the northern end of the small town forest where we're proposing to do this work. The greatest density of stumps is over here in this section that I've labeled and highlighted as section number 2. Sections 1, 3, and 4 also have some stumps, but they're not nearly as dense as they are over in section 2. And also you'll note that I've placed arrows to where those toppled trees are located. Any questions or comments? Okay, and then finally I'll wrap up with just generally here's how we did the math on getting to the amount of stumps that we estimate that we'll be addressing in that area. And this, of course, is based on, members of our club community do have experience doing this type of work commercially. So 20 minutes per stump to grind each stump, and that extends to 24 stumps per day, and over a 2-day period, 48 stumps. And then for stump pulling, 15 minutes per stump. That includes backfilling and leveling. That extends to 32 stumps per day for a total of 64 stumps in a 2-man day period. Any questions or comments from the commission or Mr. Chairman?
Questions or comments? Richard Bursch.
I just had a quick question, Mary. In the trail area in the back, 1, 2, and 3, is that a new trail that you're putting in? Only reason I
This is
ask
a
is because the existing trail that was in there was, while it was rutted prior to the forestry activities, it was definitely a truck drivable road. And I wasn't sure if that's new trail that you're putting in. That's why you have to take the stumps out.
That's a fair question. Section 4 is a historical trail that has been in situ for, I understand, a number of years. 1, 2, and 3, this loop back area, as I understand it now, it's part of the current trail map, so it's not a new trail. It's not something that the snow riders would be adding, but it was left by the timber harvesting company, and it seems to have grown into and evolved into a trail that's now part of the current trail map.
Yeah, Rich,
Again,
that
go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
that trail was, sorry to talk over you. That trail was established after about a year after we did the harvesting, mostly along existing, what do you call those tracks?
Skidder road.
Trees along?
Skidder road.
Skid roads.
Okay,
Mostly
so-
along skid roads.
All right. And the second question was that, are you working on the trail that goes west from the main trail? It looks like you've got a little bridge symbol in there at the bottom, at the southerly portion.
Can you see my cursor? Is this what the extra
I
portion you're
can, but
talking
it's,
about?
no, go to the map to the right of that, where the
Go-
parking area is.
Here?
Yep, that one
No.
right there.
No, we're not proposing
Okay.
any maintenance activities there.
Okay, so all the
only-
maintenance
it's only
activities
these
are 1, 2,
areas.
3, and 4.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and you're just gonna grind to ground level, so I don't have any problems with it. I think it'll make a nice area for people to go up and make a loop to walk around.
Are there any questions or other comments from the commission?
Thank you.
Sorry, Rich, if you weren't done.
No, I was done. Thank you very much. That was great.
All right, any other comments or questions from members of the public? I'm looking for a motion to approve this proposal.
So moved.
Second,
Roll call vote, Rich Bursch,
aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Patty Adams. You're muted.
Sorry, I was mute. Hi.
Thank you, Patty. Mike LaRouche
Aye.
and Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. Once again, I'd like to prize for everything they do for the trails in Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the commission.
All right, minutes of pre-meetings. Matt sent out some minutes. I sent him some comments of the Scribner variety. Would anyone like to make a motion about the minutes?
I move we accept the minutes of October 20th and November 7th. Oh, you want to do one at a time, Bob?
Yeah, Matt, where are we on November 17th?
I'm not quite ready with the 17th yet, but they will be for the next meeting along with this set, so.
I move we accept the minutes of October the 20th.
Thank you, Jack. Motion made by Mr. Rabbit. Do we have a second?
Second,
Roll call vote. Rich Bursch,
aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Patty Adams,
Hi.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. Moving on to our first appointment, Jerry, 36 Peninsula Drive. Matt Proctor has his hand raised. Matt, did you have something you want to say? Unmute yourself.
And
Let me see if I can unmute him for him. All I can do is ask him to unmute. Matt, you can unmute yourself.
you forget your phone.
Oh, Matt took his hand down. Is someone here for Jerry, 36 Peninsula Drive?
Absolutely, Bob. Steve Marston here.
Oh, thank you, Steve.
Yep.
Was not aware it was you, and I apologize for not recognizing you.
That's no
recognizing
problem.
you earlier.
Matt did have his hand up, so you never know.
All right. Jerry, 36 Peninsula Drive. Seems to me we have something in our drive about that.
Yes, I submitted a plan. You had approved an order of conditions previously, and Mr. Jerry wants to make what he considers a reduction in work, so minor change. I submitted a letter and plans showing the details of what was to be changed, and the commission asked me to break it down between the 0 to 50 and 50 to 100 buffer zones so that we can understand the difference in the impacts in the different buffer zones. So I submitted that additional letter, and I can go through it real quickly, but basically you had approved a deck on the front of the house, which was in the 50-foot. You had approved, there was an existing concrete patio, which was to be remaining. There was a concrete pad for the hot tub, which you had approved. There was an existing apron, and there was existing driveway. And that's all in the 50-foot buffer. So we're proposing to remove all of those items for a total of 390 square feet. And then in the 100-foot, we're removing 630 square feet of driveway. And that's shown on the plans there. Removed driveway, and the patio there, the circular patio, that will be removed. The hot tub will be removed. The deck is being removed. So all of those items in the 50-foot. And then the addition that he's going to do, and you asked for a detail, and on the revised plan, I provided you a detail of how the patio will be put in. It's to have spaces between the blocks with sand, aggregate underneath. We're going to tie in gutters along the front of the house with downspouts and recharge underneath that patio. And the additional patio, and one of the reasons for this is to get an ADA accessible pathway from the driveway to the dock, is a 400 square feet. So we're removing 390, installing 400. The total pavers is 690. Total removed is 1020 in the total buffer zone. So we have a net reduction in the buffer zone, small increase in the 50, but we've removed permanent structures and we're replacing it with, we're certainly removing parking within the 50, but also the patio blocks will be rechargeable with sand, and the detail is placed on the plan.
Any questions or comments from members of the commission? Any questions or comments from members of the public? In education, we call this wait time.
I'm sorry about taking so long. I tried to open it up, but it wouldn't open up on the file. I don't know why it wouldn't do that, but.
I thought I was screen sharing it now.
Oh, you are? No, I'm saying earlier.
Oh, okay.
On our Google Drive, it wouldn't open.
I'm looking for, if there is no comments or questions, I'm looking for a motion to approve this. I guess it's a request for field change.
Yep, minor field change.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and seconded by Mike LaRouche. Further discussion? Roll call vote. Rich Birch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Patty Adams,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself.
Thank you very much. I'm also on for Mr. LaChance.
Oh. Is that 141?
Correct.
Okay, so let's do this, cancel. All right, so now let's open up.
Very good. What you have in front of you, Bob, is what is currently approved under the order of conditions for 141 Hemlock. When I went out to, I'm involved in trying to stake this out and get it prepared, and also helping the builder build this. The engineer who did this, not Rose, but the engineer who did this, set everything at a minimum, 15 on the right, 15 feet on the left. And I don't feel comfortable with such minimum setbacks. And since it's a pie shape, the only way to increase those setbacks is to move the house back away from the lake and further out of the buffer zone. So part of this is we're going to move the whole structure 2 to 3 feet back, 2.5 feet back away from the lake to allow me some side yard offset, that so we don't end up in a zoning issue on those side yard offsets on the left and the right. In addition, you had approved a patio there in front of the building, but no deck. They want a deck on the first floor, which would be a raised deck 8 to 10 feet off the ground. And I submitted a plan showing the location of that deck. All of the deck would still be outside the 50-foot no build zone, so just in the 50 to 100. But they want it's essentially an 8 foot deck with stairs that gets them down to that walkway across the front of the house at the first floor level. So it's just the deck at that, 8 to 10 feet off the ground. So those are the two changes: the addition of the deck and moving the house further away from the lake.
So Steve, was the deck going to be over the proposed patio?
Correct.
Thank you. Questions or comments from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Jack Rabbit.
is this the high water mark, Steve? This is, you're confident with the distance?
Oh, yes. Yep. No, this is the high water mark, and it's actually significantly, if you went out in the field, there's no question that this is the
Okay,
high water mark on the bank. So it's very high.
okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments from commissioners? Richard Birch.
Did we approve the gravel walkway down to the water?
Yes, that's on the approved order conditions.
Okay, I just didn't see it on the plan that Matt had put on the cloud. So that's in the same position, Steve?
Correct. I'm not changing anything on the plan that I proposed that you showed of the cloud. Just shows the addition of the deck, but all of the other items that you had previously approved, which is like this, what Bob is sharing is the approved plan. So that shows that gravel access drive. So that's on your approved plan. That was what you approved 2 years ago.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Quick question again, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Jack.
Thank you. Steve, has Hickory Hills approved the location of that deck like that?
The order of conditions is approved. Hickory Hills doesn't approve the deck. They would just approve any tree cutting. So they've already approved the tree cutting and the clearing and the orders of conditions.
Yeah, I guess I have some reason thinking that they did, because it's their property. Is there, but I'll stand back for now, but you might want to check that.
I can check that, no problem, John.
Yeah, just avoid any kind of problem like that.
We do not want any problems.
No. And I think you might be right, but Bob, do you know if they do?
I do not, and while it's interesting, it's not germane to our approval.
Okay.
Let me see if I can share this thing. Is
I
this
can
the,
share it.
is that the new plan, Steve?
There we go. Yep, that's the new plan that shows the deck on the front. And the reduction, the moving of the house 2.5 feet back, or 3 feet, almost 3 feet away from the lake.
That's a great idea. You never want to have zero room for error in where you're
No.
gonna make your foundation.
I don't understand why anybody does that. I hate zero room for error.
Yeah. Well, you had a half an inch there, Steve.
Yeah, thanks. I hate that.
You did. Half an inch.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions from members of the public? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve this field change.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, Rich Birch,
All right.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Patty Adams,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank Jake for being at the meeting. Thank you, Jake.
Mike LaRouche. Do we lose Mike?
I think it's frozen. I hope.
Yeah, he does look frozen.
He's dead.
Jack Rabbit,
I approve.
and
Yes.
I for myself. And we'll see what happens with Mike later.
Yeah.
All right,
Very
on
good.
to our first,
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Commissioners.
thank you, Steve. You all set?
Steve.
The conservation will hold a public hearing on a notice of intent by Mark Brightman for work at 524 Northfield Road for the replacement of a septic system wall, the filling of a former swimming pool within the buffer zone. Do we have someone here for 524 Northfield Road?
Yes, Angel Latonin from Northland Engineers.
Okay. Let's see. Hi, Angel.
Hi.
Let me call up your see if I can't call up your plans on the screen, or you can share your screen if you like. Either way.
I'm not quite that far advanced. I need
All
you to
right,
share the
then
plan.
I will take and share the screen.
Bob, it's the top plan on the cloud that says revised.
Okay, this is 524. Okay, let me share this screen. So Mike can guide me, so Matt can guide me to where I need to be. Which of these files is it, Matt?
Bob file says revised in capital letters.
Aha,
Oh, you got it as bottom. I got it as top. That would be the one.
all right, thank you very much. And let's make it a little bigger. Yeah, let's see if we can get to the part that we're going to be most interested in. Okay, Angel?
Hi, I don't see the plan on the screen.
I don't see it either.
Oh, that's because I'm sharing the wrong thing.
Yeah, I just see the library.
Okay, let me start again. How about now?
Yes.
All right, take it away.
Okay. This is a repair of a septic system for an existing house, for the installation of the repair septic, and for the removal of an existing above-ground pool that's been let go and hasn't been used for years, so it's not in usable shape. What we have here is a total alteration of 2,427 square feet. 720 square feet is leaching area. 1,540 square feet is grading fill. The tanks and lines is 167 square feet. The pool, you can see, we've noted it as the pool to be destroyed. And the shape around that is the decking area, which is also going to go with it. There's off to the top of the screen, there's actually a shed there. I'm not sure if they're going to keep that or not. That's actually in decent shape. That's attached to the edge of the deck. I hadn't gotten an answer yet whether they were going to take that down or not. But their proposal is to bring in dumpsters coming straight up the driveway, right past the front of the barn, and to put the dumpster in the area of the distribution box for the future system.
So about here?
Oh, no, down
Oh,
in,
here.
no, down closer to where the leach field is, between the field and where yes, right in that area.
Okay,
And the reasoning for that is behind the barn and garage are some massive old, like 200 to 300-year-old maple trees with some lower limbs that would cause to get the equipment and the trucking to go around the back of the garage and the barn. We would have to remove some limbs, and it would be much easier and much without damage to any of those trees to bring it right straight up this driveway and right over to that point that I had mentioned. And they're going to put the dumpster there, load all the pool material and the decking material in that, and then have that removed before they start construction on the repair septic system. The septic system, as it sits, the closest point of the leach field itself is 50 feet from the bordering vegetated wetlands. The graded fill, Title V graded fill for this system is the closest point is 30 feet. There are some lines of demarcation on there for the 30 and the 50. However, they are very difficult to see there. I actually have a print behind me that's colorized, but you're not going to see it much better than what you have on the screen. There is a 30 and a 50 line on there.
oh, I see it.
Mhm.
I didn't see it when I was looking earlier, but I see it now.
Okay, the 50 has a tag that goes to the edge of the leach field.
Yeah, I see
to
this.
the
This is the 50
right, and then if
and
you
this
go
is
up
the
past the
30.
yeah, up by the pool, it says 30 and
Yep.
50. There's a siltation. The siltation barrier is the zigzag or zipper line that goes completely around the pool shed area, around the leaching field, all around all of the grading fill, and coming back up to the barn to prevent any siltation into that vegetated wetlands. Is there any questions for
Oh,
me?
wait, one moment. I just realized that I have Mike LaRouche in the waiting room, and I'm going to admit him. There you go. Any questions or comments from members of the commission?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh,
Matt-
Jack Rabbit, you made a site visit. What did you see,
Yeah.
Jack?
Actually, we think it's a win. It's a win-win all the way around. Matt and I went down to the site, and the pool, that would be good to get rid of it. You know? It's seen better days. And I think that the removing that is going to actually increase the overall permeability of the area. I didn't see any problems with it at all. Matt, you want to chime in?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, the septic system is limited in location based on what I'm seeing on the data that was submitted. And removing the pool and reestablishing green space is actually in that area, considering, you know, everything that's surrounding it. It's a significant improvement in the overall quality of that area from, as Jack said, an impervious standpoint. So you're reestablishing a significant amount of green space that was lost formerly when the pool was constructed. So yeah, I view it as a definite win-win for everybody.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Or Jack, were you done?
I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions from members of the commission?
I just had one question, Bob.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, was it looked into putting a system where the pool is?
No, to be able to propose that installation, we would need to test that area, and we could not test that area because the pool was there. I did, however, test, if you look up closer to the house and the barn, we did test in that lawn just behind the house. And in that area, the septic system would actually be backed up to the house and up over the wood portion of the house. And we would need to use retaining walls from the barn and the house. And it was not a good placement for it up there. That was my initial attempt when I did the testing. But the reason why we hadn't proposed it in the pool area is because I didn't take heavy equipment through there to destroy the pool at the time of the testing.
Okay. That was it, Bob.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members of the commission? Any comments or questions from members of the public? Hearing none, this is a notice of intent. Do we have a DEP number, Matt? Matt? Am I frozen?
Oh, you're there.
No.
Okay.
Bob, there is no DEP number.
Bob,
No.
we have no DEP number.
Okay. And so unfortunately, Angel, we're gonna have to continue this because we can't, we have to see what if the DEP has any comments. I'd be amazed if they have any comments. But we really should wait to see if we have the DEP has any comments before issuing a approval. I always tell all applicants that I urge them, if you have your canceled check from when you sent your payment to the DEP, forward a copy of that canceled check that you get from the bank or the applicant to the person at the DEP who does the reviews so that they know you've paid, because often that can speed the process up rather than waiting for their internal bureaucracy to notify them that you've paid. So I'm looking for a motion to continue for the lack of a DEP number.
So moved.
And Bob,
Yes, sir.
I checked my schedule. I will not be available on the 15th.
So it could be that this Jeff Viviano, could you chair the meeting on the 15th?
I'm on call that day. I can't say I can officially do it. And we're pretty busy the month of December. So my guess is that I'll be called out. So I'm on call Monday through Friday.
So
Bob, it sounds like we may have a quorum issue here.
yeah, I think we are gonna have a quorum issue.
Is there any way to continue it until the DEP number comes in? Oh, no, because you have to do it in an open hearing, right?
Yeah,
I was thinking for signatures at another date.
So January 5th.
January 5th.
Bob, just an FYI,
Yes, sir.
none of the new NOIs that we are considering have DEP numbers that have been issued yet.
Ouch. So
Okay.
Angel, we're gonna, with your permission, we're gonna continue it to January 5th.
Permission granted.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Patty Adams,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. Wish we could have voted on it tonight, Angel.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
thank you, sir. Given the fact that December is a long month, there's a lot of stuff that's going to pile up. Would it be possible to schedule something, a meeting there where folks could make it during that month?
Um,
And that way we could potentially help Angel and I'm sure a whole pile of other people.
The problem I have with that is that we already have new NOIs coming in that have been advertised for December 15th. So I'm gonna have to reschedule everything out. I wouldn't have enough time to re-advertise prior to the 15th. And then after the 15th, you've got the Christmas holidays that are coming in.
Yeah.
So it's gonna make it logistically hard.
we have this problem almost every year with the second meeting in December. So, well, not almost every year, but I can remember other years where we've had this problem. It's a nice thought, Jack. I don't think it's gonna work.
Yeah, I was hoping. Okay, thank you though, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Bob,
Go ahead,
Jeff,
go ahead, Jeff.
I mean, you can roll the dice, and if I have the night off, I have the night off. And I mean, I may be in a hotel as well. I'm not sure what the connectivity would be there to run a meeting, but so that's, I guess, your decision there if you want to just push it out to the 15th, and hopefully I have the night off, but that's up to you.
Matthew?
And that's up to the commission. And you'd be barely skirting the quorum as it is. And if anything happens where any of the other remaining members can't make it, there's some type of logistical issue, I'd have to scramble to notify everybody. And I mean, that happened a few meetings ago. So, I mean, we can try it if you like. I'm open either way.
All right, so why don't we, I'm looking for a motion then to do a revote and continue on the chance that it'll work, continue 524 Northfield to the 15th.
So moved.
You have a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Patty Adams,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. I mean, but we already know there's 3 out of the 4 members who won't be there that night. So if anybody else doesn't make it, then the meeting will be canceled. On to our next public hearing. The Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on a notice of intent by William Emke for work at 445 Townsend Harbor Road for the replacement of railroad tie steps and a timber retaining wall within the buffer zone. I see Mr. Emke here.
Here. Hello,
All
good
right.
evening, everybody.
Bill, you want to share your screen or you want me to call it up?
I could share it, assuming you don't.
Go for it. I hate sharing screen sharing. It's so awkward.
You have to let me do it, I guess, right?
Oh, no, I think I'm pretty sure I got it turned on.
So I have to hit share screen. Set the window. This. So, are you seeing it?
Yep.
All right, let me see if I could, hang on a second, if I can increase the size of it here.
Well, you could start by maximizing your window.
Yeah, well, it's right underneath a message from, okay, I got it now. So, yeah, so there's if you look at the very first page there, look, that's a view of our patio or sitting area, if you will, a beach area looking from the lake. And and we're having a lot of erosion that's coming down from our lawn, which is sitting up in that area. There's a partial stone. It's a stacked stone, you know, those flat stones. It's not cemented or anything. in this region right here, but then after that, it's wide open over here in this region. That's where primarily most of the erosion is coming from. Although we do get some from that area as well, where the stones are, because I don't believe there's any barrier there. And if you look from that area down toward the water, this is what it looks like. So anyway, and over on the other side, there's a set of steps that are in pretty bad repair, as well as a railroad tie. It's also acting as a retaining wall, if you will. And so what I'm proposing here is that if you look up here now on the second page, along this entire length, remove that slab wall there, that stone wall, and remove these railroad ties and come straight across with a new retaining wall, and also replace these steps. So if you look down, what it looks like right now, looking down, is this schematic right here, where we have the lake, the beach area, which, by the way, I should point out, it's not, oh, here it's pretty obvious. It's quite a slope here, which doesn't help things with respect to erosion. It's quite a slope, probably maybe about 4 feet vertically from the lake. So this beach area is really sloped very steeply up to the grass area. And this is what it looks like now, just looking down on it schematically. And what we're proposing to do is to put in this new wall across here to hold up that eroding area and replace these steps. And this is just a side view of it, and some of the dimensions are there too. Can you see this? I can make this screen up bigger.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Jack, you went and did a site visit. You have any additional comments?
I did with Bill. Yes, and Matt as well. Without question, there's an erosion problem, and I think we sent pictures in along with that. The wall makes good sense. I'm just wondering if it's going to be enough, and I'm wondering if maybe there's an opportunity to put something in the base to keep that from getting in the lake. Some smaller, flatter stones such that the kids can run up and down, but it'll hold the sand back. It's steep no matter what. And the other thought was that perhaps we allow them to put some sort of a retaining structure a little bit further down and put more grass further, right off on the house side, a little bit further down. But again, those were just thoughts. And Bill, you ever think about, it's always going to keep coming off that beautiful new grass you put in there.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, it's always got to come across. And I'm wondering, I have a driveway that's kind of like that, and I'm thinking of cutting a line in my driveway and just shifting the water over. It's like some sort of stormwater garden or something like that, perhaps.
Yeah, I think there are two things going on here. That slab wall that's located right here, that's just laid stone. You know what these stones are, these flat stones to stack on one another.
Yeah.
I hardly see anything there. The primary problem is here where there's nothing. So that's one reason I'm not that concerned, because we're going to put in a cemented wall. I mean, there's nothing going to go through that wall. Yeah. And the second factor is this slope. It's going to be dropped down here by at least a foot to foot and a half. So that beach area will not have the slope. It'll be a subtle slope going.
You will be changing the slope within 30 feet.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's sand, Jack.
It's sand.
I understand.
Yeah. A lot of sand.
Yeah.
Except where you see
it's all washing in the lake. And I like your retaining fence for the geese.
Yeah, well, that works very, very early. And I should take some videos of those geese. They're not the smartest animals in the world, by the way.
Yeah. I would certainly support a wall. And I think that maybe we come back, and if we see a problem, we come back and play with it again, Bill. I don't know. I'm okay with it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jack. Any other comments or questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chair, how far from the edge of wet or the edge of the lake is this wall gonna be?
Here you go. The existing wall now is 20 feet from the high water mark. And so I'm I'm staying with that same line. Actually goes back a couple inches, but essentially it's the same line.
It's a replacement, isn't it?
It is a replacement. This is that slab stone that's already there. And then when I'm done, it's going to be replaced with this.
And
This is-
Bill, is there already timbers there?
The timbers, Bob, are over here. They're here around, this is actually like a little garden, if you will, put like a flower box, I guess. And there's also timbers around these steps. No timbers here, just
Okay.
here, the retaining wall here is timber. And this is not a retaining wall, but the ones that border the steps.
Thank you, Rich. Rich, continue. I'm sorry.
And what are we doing to either absorb or impede the water from going over the wall? I mean, you're gonna have the water building up there, you're gonna have the water flowing. Just putting a wall in front of the water is still gonna keep going towards the lake. Are we gonna put drainage in behind the wall? What are we doing to
Well,
help?
there's nothing there now. I mean, the grass there's grass there.
Yeah,
That's not an issue. It's not an issue, for example, as I pointed out here where this existing wall is, it's
Yeah.
really not an issue. And this other wall will go up, it'll be a couple inches above it, the grass, but the grass is fine. The grass doesn't get, soggy or doesn't depress at all, just underneath it. So I think once it's supported, there's enough of absorption from the grass.
so you're putting the wall higher than the grass behind it, and you're gonna try to hold the water back so it absorbs, is what you're trying to do? I mean,
Yes, it will hold the whole bank back, the
Yeah,
entire
I mean,
bank back.
it looks, I mean, if it was, I haven't been on site, but somehow the water is all flowing from the top down. Just putting the wall in isn't necessarily gonna change the grade behind it or try to
Oh,
get the water to absorb prior to just breaching the wall and running down into the lake again.
the water level never gets, I mean, it's not like a flood or anything. There's no water on, residual water on that grass.
Mhm.
The other point, as I mentioned, the beach will be lowered so that we will not have that slope going into the lake that we have now. It'll be lowered by, I think it's 12 to 18 inches, something like that. So if you see if I bring this up here. Let me make this picture a little bit bigger for you. I hope.
Now, I mean, is this erosion from just one or two storms, or is this from years, or how long?
But when we get it's been there for quite a few years, and it's been doing this. It's been getting a bit worse. But this rain that we had, it was really emphasized. The rain we had this past summer and spring, it became a bit of a problem in this area, right where my cursor is going back and forth, right in here. This holds its own, this section, these slab stones. So I'm 100% convinced that we just put this wall straight across here, that erosion problem will go away. And this is all grass back here. This is all lawn.
Mr. Chairman, if you, I sent a picture.
Rich, were you done?
Yeah, I'm still processing it here. And quick question on the two pictures you have up in front of us. How long has the sand on the right-hand side actually been in there? It looks like it was recently poured on top of the ground that was there.
No, it's just was the consequence of the erosion through the sand.
Okay. Just looks like you have grass and things that were just right under the sand, like the sand was just put in fresh.
No, this is this section up near the top of the bank.
No, the other pic, yeah, right there.
Right here. Yeah, up near the top of the bank, we have our lawn in that section actually migrating into the sand area.
Mhm.
So the sand level here is very, very thin. It's more cosmetic than anything else up in this area.
I guess I'm just not convinced that putting the wall there is gonna necessarily stop the water from flowing uphill to downhill and not continue with your erosion problem without either trying to regrade or somehow capture and percolate the water in.
Well, you can see what happens without the wall.
Yeah, but again, all you're doing is just putting a wall, so the water's just gonna run over the grass, it's gonna run right over the wall, and it's gonna continue to erode the sand. At least that's how I'm looking at it. Am I missing something, Jack, from, you were
Well,
on site, what are we doing
yeah.
to slow the water down?
Yeah, well, it is a steeper slope than, it's hard to tell from these pictures. I do have
Yeah.
one with Bill standing up there at the top of it, and then I would guess it's a 25-degree slope from some of the sections. And but to Bill's point is, if you look at where the erosion is really going on, it's right where the wall stops. And if somehow you can drain that off to the side, dump it on your
Well-
neighbors. Only kidding.
Actually, Jack, that's a good point, because what does happen here is when we get the really bad rainstorm,
Yeah,
it does move down along this patio here
sure.
and down along the steps into the grass. So it makes its way down into this area, but it goes, instead of directly, it goes this way.
That's why I was suggesting, either some sort of another little wall, a little bit as a slope starts to decrease, and throw some grass there that'll hold it up, because I think you are going to still get spillage over, but that's.
Are you talking about in this, right? Let me go to the sketch here. You talking about right in this area?
Yeah, you're right next to
grass or something?
carry grass all the way across or something, where that 10-foot from the wall to the base of your steps. And it seems to be working where you had the grass. So, but it's hard. I like the grass you had, Bill. It seemed to address the main part of the slope where it drops probably to 30 degrees or so.
Yeah, I think this, any water that comes over there, I mean, because that slope of the beach is gonna go down a lot. I think it'd be like, let's say a normal beach area, normal sand area where it soaks in rather than creating these rivers, it'll be distributed.
That was pretty fine sand too.
Yeah.
Anything else, Jack?
You have access to that picture? I sent a couple pictures over. Rich can see
You're
it.
talking to the commission, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's talking to me. Let me, I'm gonna stop your screen. Can you stop your screen share?
Oh, I have to stop it? Hang
Yeah.
on. Hang on.
Or I can just cut you off.
Well, it's been done before.
Yeah. I did that.
Yeah.
So now we're gonna do a screen share. Well, first we gotta find it. Let me find Jack's pictures. I'm assuming that. No, that's not it.
There was just two of them, I believe.
So this would be 445. Jack, aha. All right, let's share this.
There you go.
Yeah, this gives you a better idea of the slope there.
Yeah. And it pancakes out, maybe if you look at the fire pit, it seems to pancake out about 10 feet down, where that grass seems to be holding its own. And that seems, and if you notice, there's no erosion going on anywhere where there is grass. There's another one too, I think, Bob. Or is that just,
Okay.
yeah.
Is this the one you were looking for, Jack?
Yeah, and if you look at the baseline of the grass, if you were to bring that over and you use the grass to slow down the speed of the water, I think your erosion will significantly diminish. Of course, you'll have to mow it, Bill.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, if it's all right with you, Jack, I was gonna call on Jeff Viviano.
Well, please, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, thanks. Yeah, I kind of need to agree with Rich here. I think we need some kind of trench with stone on that grass side of that wall in order to kind of disperse some of that water during heavy rains. You know, I don't know if the applicant is maybe would be willing to put in like a 2 foot by 2 foot river rock area, maybe with some kind of landscaping fabric about 6 inches down, just to allow that water to have a place to go other than over the wall. I think that's that will fix the issue, and then you won't have any issues. I just hate to see you put in a nice wall and then have to redo it in the future just because you're having the same issues. But I honestly think you're going to have water running down your stairs instead of over the wall, to tell you the truth, unless you do some kind of recharge trench there. But that's just my opinion.
Good idea.
Bill? What's your
Yeah,
reaction?
I don't know whether Matt recalls or Jack when he was there, but over in this area right here, I did put some river stone. There was a sidewalk here of pavers, and just beyond it, I put some river stone, which will where the water can come off that sidewalk into that area, so that doesn't overflow. So I think if there's any issues with the wall, putting in I'd call it a drop area there of some river stone or what have you. I don't think that would be a problem.
Okay, Matt Merle. Jeff, I'm sorry, Jeff, were you done?
No, that was about it. Yeah, it looks like a considerable amount of water is going down there. So, the 2 to 3 inch stone, I'm just kind of talking a little bit here, but 2 to 3 inch river rock, like a 2 foot by 2 foot deep trench, with some landscaping fabric down a few inches, maybe even with a perforated pipe in there just to kind of alleviate some of that and give it some more velocity or some more volume to hold the water. I think that would fix all your issues there personally. But yeah, that was it, Bob.
Thank you, Jeff. Matt Morrow.
Actually, I was about to suggest exactly what Jeff did. He just did it first. I got to tell you, I agree with it. I think adding in the extra length of stone wall combined with the trench would both spread out the flow and dissipate the energy. And I think that's what's needed over there. And that erosion was pretty significant, as you can see by the pictures that Jack has up here. So.
Thank you. My comments are that it appears to me that it's likely that the two areas where you have this erosion channel and this erosion channel, it's likely that these are there because that's where the water comes over the bank here, and that when he puts a wall in and he reduces the slope, I think that will help. But I agree with the suggestion, if the applicant is willing, to put some kind of something along the edge of the beach area to channel the water, and so it's not running down the sand and causing erosion. But those are my comments. Jeff, did you have an additional comment?
No, just that I had suggested that it goes on the grass side of the wall, not on the sand side, just so that it catches it. If there's a lip on top of the wall, which I'm sure he's looking to get, that trench would have to be on, I guess, kind of the side that you see the grass is on. The gentleman's walking there.
And that was my thought also. I'm going to lower your hand, Jen. Are there any comments or questions from members of the public?
Hey, Bob, I did have just one other quick question. I was looking back a couple years ago, and it looks like Mr. Emke had filed for the addition of the house off to the side. And it looked like on his plan, he had a brick patio after that. Did the patio go in after the addition? Looked like we had the addition you filed for in 2017.
Oh, that, I don't have the screen. That's over here. That was done before any, that was done before any addition. This was a replacement patio, and then the other thing was this wall, by the way, was also put in. This is actually last year. Just pretty much simultaneous with the addition, which is that area behind me.
So the addition went in 2017.
No, so there were two additions.
Yeah.
So I don't, the 17, let me, that was another addition in the back of the home that you don't see here. It's on, or the front, depends what's your front and back.
All right. I was gonna say, it looked like, looking at your house from the water, it was on the right-hand side going out perpendicular to the water. At least that's what the filing was.
That's, if you look at the photograph, see where that door is on the right?
Yep.
Then it's that addition, but that addition was just completed in May of this year.
Okay, so we added this addition here and the patio off of that we just added also?
No, I don't know. No, I don't know what the patio is. I didn't put anything recent for a patio. It was
No,
about,
I thought your picture showed, maybe it was on the other side, you had the patio. Okay, so all of this erosion is a cause from the addition of your house and the regrading in this area.
no. This has been going on for a while.
Okay,
This has been going on for a while. It doesn't have anything to do with that. I've just been filling that, and see what I did, just let it go. This has been going, these trenches you see from the water is, I just let it go this year. Usually, during the year I take care of it and just keep it covered. I thought, well, maybe I just let it go and see what it looks like. And that's what it looks like. So this is a whole summer of not touching it, basically. But it has nothing to do with the addition. The addition is, it's nothing to do with the addition.
okay. And then this sand was here prior to the addition, all the sand in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else, Rich?
No, unfortunately, Jack was out on site, so he'd have a better idea as to what the site looked like prior to the addition going in. But I mean, this is the first time Mr. Emke's been before us for all of this erosion problem.
Yeah.
Which I kind of have a hard time thinking was not somewhat of an issue of putting the foundation in and regrading, but.
There wasn't any regrading, and there was, no.
I can tell you, I was on the site visit when he put the addition on, and that there was no regrading.
Okay.
It was in the lot area where the addition went on is pretty darn flat. I mean, it gradually tapers, it gradually declines toward the lake, but the whole thing is very flat and there were no grade changes.
Okay.
Jeff Viviano has his hand up again.
Yeah, Bob, another thing I just noticed, there's a gutter, there's a downspout. I don't know if you can zoom in, it's kind of where that barbecue. Yeah, if that
right
gets diverted into that recharge trench, that would probably alleviate a lot of issues as well.
Yeah, I do get quite a bit of water from that downspout.
So if you put that downspout into like a 4-inch pipe and then into that perforated pipe that you put in that recharge trench, I don't think you'll have any issues.
Yeah.
Spot, yeah.
So, Bill, we have to continue your hearing because it's an NOI. And as I was explaining with the last applicant, we haven't got a DEP number yet. And so, would you be interested in proposing some kind of, stone structure, like has been suggested here tonight in bringing it back at our next meeting? Or did you want to go forward with what you got here?
I'd like to go forward with what I have here. And if if the problem is a problem, I could take care of it. I mean, we're kind of speculating that it will be a problem. I think I think it was Jeff who mentioned the diversion.
Yep.
Or Bob, was you, I think I'm going to divert that downspout so that that water will not be a contributing factor. But if there still is some erosion issues, even though that beach is going to be much shallower, much lesser slope, it's not a big deal to I think put an area in there where you have some, I don't want to call it a drop area, I don't know what you'd call it, but if water were to overflow, to go into some catch area. But I mean, so there's a bit of a timetable thing going on here too. So I think by diverting that gutter, the downspout, and putting in the wall, I really don't think there will be any issue there at all.
Mr. Chairman?
Jack Rabbit?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill, so if we drag the wall all the way over, you won't really need to change the slope at all. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that you would still?
Oh, I will. Well, that wall will go all the way across to the steps. And then that whole section below it will be cut. So it'll go about a foot to a foot and a half.
So you want to level that whole area?
Yes, below, so it won't be that high. I'm pointing to it here in front of my monitor, but I guess you can't see that.
No, we can't see it though.
You see where I'm pointing? So that grass area, for example, the area all the way across will be about a foot lower. So the slope of the beach will be, I'll call it minimal, but I don't know what a minimal beach area is. It'll be slightly sloped toward the lake, but will not have this real sharp pitch on it from the where the top is now.
Right.
So that wall is going to be the height of the wall you see on the right with the stones. That will be another foot higher or lower.
Right.
And then then that beach area will start.
And so you're doing this within the 30 feet. You're changing the slopes.
Well, I think I'm
building a wall.
in the right direction.
Building a wall. Yeah. I guess we typically we don't allow folks to change any contours within the 30 feet. But we do have an erosion problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I could live with that too, but I don't think that's the right way to do it. I mean, tell me if you think leaving that slope there, you think is better or worse than having that pitch reduced.
Any other comments from commissioners? Any comments from members of the public? I would mention to you, Bill, you may have heard a couple of commissioners a comment on it tonight. You're proposing a wall with and we don't typically allow walls, and you're changing the grade within the 30-foot disturbance. I personally, but I'm only one member and I won't be at the next meeting, have no trouble with changing the grade there because A, it's all sand, and B, it's going to reduce the slope and reduce the tendency to create the movement of sand, by the water flowing across it. But it could become an issue for you when it comes time to hold a vote. So I just wanted to be clear about that. Jack, you got something else?
Yeah, just real quickly, we've in the past, people have put walls in and they could have made the argument that there was, they're leveling it out to reduce erosion. And there was some grass there before. We have basically said, no, thank you. We'll allow you to replace existing walls. And I believe that if we really thought that extending that existing wall over would reduce that erosion with Jeff's piece, I'd be totally in favor of that. But now we're talking about changing the grade, and that opens us as a committee to all sorts of other opportunities for changing grades based on an argument of erosion. And we have a 30-foot no touch for a reason, and part of that is habitat, part of it is percolation. So I'd have a problem with that, Bill. But I'm one member, again, you know, I'd be wanted to hear what the other members are saying too. Rich, where are you?
All right, please address all your comments
I'm
to the
sorry.
chair.
I'm sorry.
Are there any other comments from members of the commission before I entertain a motion to continue? Mike LaRouche.
Yeah, I was just talking about the downspout. Does Mr. Emke have some sort of ballpark figure on what percentage of the water that's creating this erosion coming from that downspout? We know there's water coming from it, but
Yeah.
how much do you think is it significant enough?
Yeah, yeah, it contributes, but we had it before. The spouting situation, because when I changed, so even before that spout was there, it wasn't going off on another side. We had it before. I mean, we've been here, I don't know how many years, we've just been sort of dealing with it. And now we want to try to fix it. And I understand that we're talking about putting a wall, and it's really just a section of wall, because there's a wall on the right and there's a wall made of railroad ties on the left. So I'm just kind of saying, fill in that gap. And with respect to the slope of the beach, I mean, I wouldn't have a problem putting in a shorter wall. It'd be a lot cheaper, by the way. But I from the point of view of improving the situation, I would think by reducing that grade, that's an improvement. Not this doesn't affect it in a negative way. It seems that it would affect it in a very positive way. So
So Mr. Emke, I just want to go back to the spout issue. You're saying you had erosion prior to that spout discharging water, causing more erosion. You're saying there was erosion before that as well.
Yeah, there was always a problem in that area.
Okay.
Always a problem.
All right. Thank you.
But I will admit, and that's why we're going to change that spout. The downspout does contribute to it. When the rain is really, really heavy, because there's a brick patio next to it, it'll overflow over in that area as well. So.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm looking for a motion to continue, hopefully to the 15th.
So moved.
We have a motion by Jeff. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, a second by both Patty and Mike. Roll call vote. Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Patty Adams,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself.
So Bob, I'm not quite sure. So what the vote was to.
The vote was to continue the hearing.
Yeah.
You can hear that there's, you need, tonight you would need 4 votes. If there's 4 people at the next meeting, you'll need 3 votes to approve. You got to find 3 votes. You know, so you got to come up with a plan that's gonna get you 3 votes at the next meeting, you know, assuming that the meeting you know, occurs on the 15th. So and the hearing's been continued, and so, you know, this discussion will resume at the next hearing.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
The Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on a notice of intent by Eric and Linda Vickery for work at 169 Peninsula Drive, the replacement of a wood retaining wall and a stationary timber dock within the buffer zone. I know, I saw, oh, I see Eric right there. Eric, I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
Good evening.
Perfect. Eric, do you want to share your screen or you want me to do it for you?
Whichever you prefer.
I would prefer that you do it.
Okay. we can do that. It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
That's because I stopped somebody else from screen and I have to re-enable it. You should be able to share your screen now.
Okay, thank you. And I know Matt Proctor is on as well. Are you able to see that currently?
See it perfectly.
Okay. This is the photograph that we have of the existing wooden retaining wall, which is rotting and falling apart. We'd like to replace that with a stone wall. The deck that you see here is all permanent wood. That will be coming out as well. And as illustrated on the plan up above here, this is the current layout. It's 21 feet across with 17 feet deep. The entire area is within the 30-foot. This is the water line here, actually. So that is the current condition. What we'd like to replace that with is the proposed down here. So we would go with a rounded stone wall. Takes up almost exactly the same square footage. It's rounding off. And the deck, the current deck that is here will be replaced with a rolling metal deck, be 20 by 16 feet. And that will be relocated 40 feet to the south on the other end of our beach. Matt, did you want to add anything in particular on this?
Yeah, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so perfect, just like Eric just said, removing that wall, replacing with the fieldstone wall. Of course, all the proper drainage behind it, making sure that this wall is draining properly, sitting there, getting in a safe area to be up and access the lake from if chosen. And yeah, just like Eric said, just trying to replace something that's beginning to be unsafe with a solid, more permanent structure.
Any comments or questions from commissioners? I would have to say for myself, I was on the site visit this past weekend and it all looked very reasonable. To me, I like the fact that the existing wooden dock would be removed and replaced with a aluminum rollaway dock that has no impact on the shore. It's just going to be up against the shore. And those are my comments. Jack Rabbit.
I was going to just about lower my hand because you captured it. You're absolutely right. It needs to be rebuilt. It's not extending out any further into the lake than it currently is. Is that correct, Eric?
It's going straight out perpendicular to the shore. So yes, it would go out probably about 4 feet more than the one that we have currently, which is on an angle.
Okay.
He's talking about the dock, Jack.
Not the dock. I was talking about the stone wall itself.
I
no,
understand,
stone
but
wall
he
is
was talking
identical.
about the dock.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the stone wall is the same footprint,
Same
just
footprint.
round rather than rectangular.
Okay. I just couldn't tell, but thank you very much. Thank you. Looks good.
I don't know if it makes any difference, but the surface on the dock is also about 50% light transmission through it. So it's permeable to allow the water and light to go through it. So it'll be a nice dock. So.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Any comments or questions from members of the public?
I did have a couple quick questions, Bob. Sorry, I couldn't get my
Go
hand
right,
up.
go right ahead, Richard. Sorry.
I'm assuming the construction will take place during low water
Yes,
and erosion protection.
absolutely.
Okay, so we'll just make those parts of the motion to have,
Actually, it appears on the plan, or at least it appeared in the
Yes.
plan that I saw.
Yep,
Mhm.
it's in the plan.
all right, must be in the narrative because I don't see it on the plan itself.
It's
Yeah.
in all the documents
Yeah,
that were filed.
it's in what was filed. This was just my PowerPoint.
Okay,
If you look at the plan, it's right on, if you look at this, the screen that Eric is sharing with us right now,
yeah,
over there where it says dock and boat will move, all those notes about that its work will be done during the low water mark, that there'll be erosion protection, and that the
Yeah.
area occupied are all right on the plan, Rich,
okay,
on the copy that was filed.
thank you.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? We'll try again for comments or questions from members of the public. Seeing none, Eric, just like I told the last two notices of intents, we can't proceed without a DEP number, because we have to give the DEP the opportunity to comment on it, because we should consider any comments that they may have. Again, I'd be surprised if they have any comments on this.
Well, they
we're gonna-
cashed our check.
Yeah.
They were quick to cash our check.
Well, and so I urge you to take and get a copy of your cash check from your bank and send it into the DEP reviewer.
Okay, so
Okay.
is there an email address we send that to?
If you contact Matt will give that to you.
Oh, all right.
Matt Morrow.
Okay.
Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, we've had in the past where there was something that was totally non-controversial, and there seemed like a general consensus that we'd allow this to happen, that we've told folks that if they should decide to proceed with their plans, they do it at their own risk. And
I recall us doing that for RDAs. I don't recall us doing that for NOIs.
Bob, did you call me? As fate would have it, in Murphy's Law, I stepped away from my computer.
Nope.
Okay, I thought you had called my name. Sorry.
No, what I said was that they could get the name of the DEP reviewer to whom they should say, could send a copy of the canceled check from Matt Morrow.
Oh, okay, what they should probably do, they'd be better off sending me a PDF of the canceled check. And then I'll
Okay.
send it directly to the director of the department and they can distribute it because
Okay.
there's no DEP number, I don't know who the reviewer is yet.
okay,
Oh,
And with respect to the starting at your own risk, the only times we've allowed those is either number one, if there was an imminent public health threat where we had an NOI filed, but it also came close to qualifying as an emergency, or a request for determination, because under regulation, a determination, even though it has an appeal period, a negative determination under law, it specifically states that an applicant can start the project at their own risk.
yeah.
And that's about, thank you, man. I believe that's what I just said, that we don't
Right.
do those for NOIs. We do them for
Yeah.
RDAs.
It's not urgent.
It's not urgent and I want to follow the rule. Anyway, it only took them 8 days to cash my check from the time I
Yeah,
won.
that never fails. The way they work it like a crossword puzzle and a jigsaw puzzle combined. So essentially they have one person in Boston that processes the check statewide. And that person has to then update the database, which there's a lag time. That's why I say send me. the
Okay,
check.
Will do.
All right.
yeah,
If someone
You doing?
sees Bill Emke, they should pass that message along to him also,
Trying to cover you up.
because he left.
Will do.
All right, so looking
Make
for
a motion to continue to December 15th.
Thank you so much, Richard.
so move, second.
Second, motion made by Richard, seconded by Jack. Roll call vote. Rich Birsch,
All right,
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Patty Adams,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye,
And I for myself. You can tell Rich was chairman for forever. He knows how to move the meeting along. All right, continued public hearings.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, in the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a requested determination by Matthew Butterworth for the placement of a shed within the buffer zone at 188 Whalum Road. Is there anyone here tonight for 188 Whalum Road? No one showed at the last meeting. Did anyone show tonight? Gotta stop.
Make a
Mr.
motion, we
Chair?
continue December 15th.
Yeah, I did notify him by email of the Zoom link, so it's not like he didn't know.
All right. So, motion to this, do we have a second?
Second.
That,
All right, roll call vote. Rich Birsch,
Aye.
Jeff Piano,
Aye.
Patty Adams,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Aye for myself. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, the Town of Lunenburg Wetland Protection and Municipal Bylaw, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Kevin Hill for the construction of a single-family home at 41 Country Lane. The Conservation Commission, period. Oh, there's two of them that ran together. All right. We have someone here for 41 Country Lane.
Yes. Wesley Fliss, Whitman and Bingham Associates.
Wesley. Wesley, would
With
you
the
like to
last
share your,
meeting,
would you like to share your screen?
sure.
I believe it's still enabled.
That's showing up.
Yep.
Okay. So at the last meeting, we presented the plan that we submitted with the notice of intent.
Yep.
I know there was some questions at the last meeting about possibly making some changes. And so I brought those requests back to Mr. Hill. I know some of the questions with regards to moving the garage, possibly doing a garage under, moving the house closer to the no build zone and getting rid of the front porch. A couple of things that when I spoke with Mr. Hill, he said there, and similar to what I had told the commission at the time, is he's trying to create a house for single floor living. He's kind of looks at this as kind of the last house that he wants to build and the last house that he wants to move into, and being at his age. And so he's had a few different back surgeries and 2 heart attacks within the last, I want to say 5 years or so. And so he's at a point in his health that he wants to have single floor living. And so a garage under is not practical for him to have a garage under. And he doesn't have, I know it was a question about putting an elevator in, and he doesn't have money in the budget to do an elevator in the house to have a garage under. So that wasn't an option in his budget to do a garage under, to have the elevator in the basement. We looked at moving the garage and tucking the house closer, but that would have to remove the porch, the front porch off the house. And that was something that he and his wife both want to have on the house, as a front porch that looked out of the front of the house. And so that was, even if we moved the garage to the side of the house, it didn't really give us any benefit at that point if we left the porch on the front of the house. And so what we would request tonight is to leave the house the way we showed it on the plan originally, to provide that 1-story living for Mr. Hill and his wife, and to have that, that house that they envisioned building on this property. He has, I know the question came up at the last meeting about, there was some, I don't want to say debris, but there was some, I guess, old, I don't know if it was an old truck or something like that, and some other stuff on the property, and it might not be on this property, it might be on the abutting property. He said anything on his property, he'd be glad to remove and take off the property. I know that was a question that was seen during one of the site walks from the couple of commission members, that if it was, it could be that, he has no problem removing that off the property and cleaning up the property. He also doesn't have any issue about, obviously, replacing any trees that he needs to take down within the 30-foot no-touch zone to expand his driveway, to get the driveway into the back of the property. He'll plant those trees. And so I would suggest or recommend, and see if you guys are okay with it, is that when we get out there to stake out the driveway, if any trees need to be removed, we can flag the trees and show those to Matt to make sure that the number of trees that are being removed are replaced in kind outside of that area that the driveway is going to go. And I know at the last meeting, it was talked about replacing those trees in the front of the property where there's not as many trees in the front of the property. The way we're showing everything, we are trying to minimize as much as we can with regards to disturbance. We don't show a large yard for, other than trying to get the slope in the back there to be able to get the house in, obviously the area to clear to get the septic tank in, the septic system in, and also the well in the front yard. But we're not showing any excess clearing for any large yards in the front or in the back. We're trying to minimize as much as we can with regards to the clearing within the 100-foot riparian and the 200-foot riparian zone. But as I said at the last meeting, we're also trying to take into account the town's 30-foot no touch zone and also the 50-foot no build, where we know in the past dealing with the commission that those are two critical areas that we want to obviously respect those two areas. But by doing so, we are doing some work within the 100-foot riparian zone. But as I stated at the last meeting, this lot was created back, I believe it was 1979. So well in advance of the August 7th, 1996 date that the Rivers Protection Act calls out in regards to having exemptions for a single family house on a lot created before that date and doing work within the riparian zone. And again, obviously, it talks about also allowing for a septic system in that area, but we're pushing the septic system out of the 100-foot riparian zone. As you can see on the plan that we submitted. So that's kind of where we are tonight. I can answer any questions that the commission has. I obviously understand that, we don't have a file number at this point also. So we'll be being pushed off until the next meeting, hopefully hopefully we can get a file number by then. It's been a month since we filed with DEP and we still don't have a file number, but I know they've been backed up that there's no guarantee we'll have it by the next meeting either. So, but I'll be glad to answer any questions from the commission members at this point.
Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, Wesley, can you enlarge that a little bit? It's tough to see. Okay, you put it right over over the house, please. Okay, so can you highlight the 100-foot riparian? Okay, so that's going over.
Sorry, the mouse is acting up.
Oh, that's okay.
The 100-foot riparian is right.
So right through the middle of the house.
Correct.
Okay. And we don't want, and we can't, where's the 50-foot no on the other side? It's the other piece. So you're getting squeezed.
So the 50-foot, the edge of the garage is right up to that 50-foot no build zone.
Yeah.
And that's why, like I said, we are trying to respect the 50-foot no build zone. At the last meeting, I said, I made the comment at the last meeting, if the commission wants us to move the house forward, we wouldn't have an issue with siting the house closer to the wetlands, but it would be within the 50-foot no build zone. So it's kind of one of those, we chose what we considered, trying to meet somewhere in the middle there. And I know one of the things that we talked about at the last meeting also was by doing the swale in the back of the property and having the berm that runs along the stream there, we are still providing for 100-foot or greater than 100-foot run of stormwater before it gets into the stream. And so, consistent with the way the Rivers Protection Act is worded with regards to that, that's what we were trying to provide also in the back of the property there. Is that 100-foot vegetated swale in the back of the property before the stormwater gets into any runoff gets into the stream.
Thank you, Mr. Rabbit.
Just another question directed to Wesley. Wesley, you keep making this point that the lot was established long before these laws went into effect, but it's simply just the law. If you were to say that I can, because I established that, I don't have to follow current electrical codes, things like that. I'm sorry, I don't buy the argument that says we established a lot, but you didn't establish a house size or location at that time. So you left it wide open. So I hear what you're saying, but I don't buy the argument. The other part of it is that no one's forcing anybody to put a 2,300, 2,400 square foot house in that space. And, you know, I appreciate the mitigating berm. And, but I think that where you're running right through the middle of it, you're kind of pushing it. And I just think that we had some options open, and including that proposed deck was going to shift over the other side. You were going to relocate the house. The septic tanks were going to potentially move further uphill or off to the side. I guess I'm not seeing anything coming back and acknowledging our concerns.
Yeah, so if we were to put them off to the side, because we have to have the offset to the foundation, we would be into that slope. If we were to put it closer to the system. And so then that would end up having too much cover over the tanks. We don't typically put tanks in a slope of that's steepness. So that's something that we wouldn't do. We can't move those tanks to that side out of the 100-foot riparian zone. If we put it to the other side of the house, we're just going to, we're going to continue to be in the 100-foot riparian zone for those tanks. Well, those tanks are going to be buried under the lawn.
Porch, the proposed porch area?
Hey, Jack.
Yeah.
I'd like to interrupt. I'd like to hear what Matt has to say.
Okay.
And then I'm going to come back to you, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Matt?
Okay, quick question. Jack, I just wanted to clarify, what was your commentary again regarding the pre-existing lot?
I'm saying I'm sorry, Matt. Okay, the pre-existing lot was established and we recognize that. There's nothing about that. However, the dimensions of the house were not called out at the time. For that, there's no reason to say that you can't build. It's a buildable lot, it just can't be as big as you would like. And, or it has to get somehow reconfigured to provide you with the square footage. So that was my argument there, Matt, and that just because the lot was established way back when doesn't necessarily mean you can put anything on it you want.
Yep. There's no wording in the Rivers Protection Act stating that there's a restriction on the size of the house.
Wes, hold up.
Here, go ahead.
I want to hear from Matt.
Here, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, the regulations basically call for the lot in and of itself. It doesn't address a structure size. It essentially says you will allow for the building of a single family home within the confines of that lot if it's in the riparian zone, because it's a pre-existing lot dating to 1996 or prior to. It doesn't mention anything about lot sizes or that the lot dimensions have to be called out prior. In this case, what you're doing is essentially trying to minimize the impact as much as possible. And I think that distinction is important here that needs to be made. So it impacts, they don't strictly mean that you have to downsize the house. You can move it in different areas, propose any reconfigurations that might be logistically allowable. That's what it essentially means. So the comment that you made with establishing pre-existing dimensions being laid out, I'm not exactly sure what that means, but the way the regulations have been implemented since they've been in effect have to do with the lot, and essentially paraphrasing it, it's I always like to say it, it's do the best you can with the siting, and that's where the work with the commission comes in here. So I wasn't exactly sure what you meant by having the dimensions of the lot laid out prior. There's really nothing in the regulations about dimension. So
if someone had, when they had actually gone to the property and then they purchased it and they put something in there with regard to this is what the house is going to look like. And later on, the regulation came in with regard to riparian zones, then that would probably be grandfathered in, but this is nothing, this didn't happen. This is something new that's coming in. Someone made a decision, conscious decision to buy that lot. And now they're coming back and they're saying, I want to put a 2,300 square foot house in there. I don't have a problem with 2,300 square feet. I just have a problem violating our riparian zone and anything within 50 feet.
It's my personal opinion, but I'd love to get legal counsel's opinion that they don't have to, they're not violating the riparian zone because the riparian zone doesn't exist on this pre-existing lot.
I don't think that's quite right, Bob.
Okay, I'd love to hear what our esteemed former chairman, who knows more than all the rest of us put together, has to say about this.
We bow to him, Bob. We bow to him every time he speaks.
I mean, we have, it's, I believe it states in Mac and check that we have to do the best extent practicable. So, I mean, I think we did do our due diligence in good faith at the last meeting and had some fairly good suggestions on keeping the size of the house and keeping at least one deck, moving the garage, moving the house out. And I mean, we got basically nothing back. So there's nothing that says that 2,400 square foot house with a 400 square foot garage is a single family home that can't be downsized. I mean, certainly lots of people live in homes that are smaller than 2,400 square foot footprint. So we do have some leeway here in our jurisdiction to try to get it to the best extent practicable. Personally, I would like to see Wes go back and try to move the house in the garage like I had suggested. That does get quite a bit of the pavement out of the 100-foot riparian. It gets at least 2/3 of the intrusion into the 100-foot riparian out by sliding the house up over where the garage is and sliding the garage. I don't, my screen's a little blown up here, but I think it was moving it to the northwest.
Right, rotating.
Yeah, I mean, we had some pretty good suggestions on there, Wes, and I'm a little disappointed that nothing was accommodated to what we had suggested and asked for. So there is a little bit of pushing.
Like I can tell you, so we looked at, so.
Wes, before you continue.
Go ahead.
I kind of have to second Rich's comment. I thought Rich's comment about putting the garage on the end of the house rather than the front, so that you could then take and move the house around. I thought that was a good one that wouldn't impact on the Hills' ability to enjoy their retirement house and live on a single floor. I thought that was reasonable. I'd love to hear more about why that won't work, because I thought that was a fairly reasonable accommodation. I'm sorry, Rich, were you done?
Yeah, pretty much, Bob.
All right, back to you, Wes, now.
Sure. So if I, we looked at moving the garage to the side and kind of rotating it, but again, like I said, what became the restricting factor at that point was the porch. That is really a selling point for them is, they envision having a front porch on their property and on their house. And so even if I were to move it a few feet this way and try rotating it around, we're only going to gain 2 to 3 feet because this 50-foot no build zone becomes the restricting factor with that porch. And so, we could move it 3 feet. We didn't, when we were looking at the moving of it 3 feet, it wasn't considerably enough to move everything. If we thought it would move 15 feet closer to the 50-foot no build zone and 15 feet more out of the 100-foot riparian zone, then we thought that would be enough to give to the commission, but that wasn't the case when we started looking at the different orientations of the house and moving the garage. And so it's really becomes the 30-foot no touch, and the way the 50-foot no build area here is, depending, no matter which way we rotate it off of that 50-foot no build, we're going to protrude into the 100-foot riparian zone. It's just what's left on the property after you put those two areas in. So, if you want us to move it 3 feet closer and move the garage to the end, I'm sure I can get the client to say okay to that. But if he's gonna have to move it 15 feet closer and remove the porch and move the garage in one area, then he started to fight back about that, because now he's starting to lose what he envisioned for his, like I said, his home. And so, and it goes back to, and I know Matt kind of, talked about the regulation. It talks about, it doesn't say, restrict us on the size of a home in the regulation. Shall allow the construction of a single family house, a septic system with no sewers available. The lot, and then it goes back, provided that the lot can be developed for such purposes under the applicable provisions of other municipal and state law. And we meet the zoning with regards to offsets for the town. So, so that's the only really other municipal, law that controls out here. We have Board of Health approval for the septic system. And then it talks about, the issuing authority, where are we? In difficult situation, the maximum extent of yards around the house should be limited to the areas necessary for construction. And so that's why I made that point when we were just talking earlier, is that we're not asking to clear another 50 feet into any which way into the no-touch zone or into the 100-foot riparian zone for excessive yards. We're trying to minimize as much as we can here, just to get the construction of the house in, to get the septic tank in the back of the house, for the well in the front of the house, and for the septic system uphill. There's nothing that's excessive on this that we're looking to have a large open field. So we're trying to meet, those standards to the maximum extent practicable, the way it's written in the regulations for a lot created before 1996. And like I said, the lot was created in 1979. And I know, Mr. Rabbit talks about, well, there was nothing put in place at that time for the house size, but there's nothing in any of these requirements that says, well, it has to restrict the house size. Because this house size meets the zoning requirements, and that's the only thing that it talks about is municipal and state law. Other municipal and state law that would restrict us, and we meet those requirements.
Thank you, Wesley. Richard?
The only other thing to add to that, quick, Bob, is the house is entirely within the 100-foot buffer zone. So it is 100% within our purview.
Yep.
To try to make it as compliant as possible. Yep. I mean, you keep throwing out the buffer zones as the problem. And I see some of the problem is the house is maybe just a little too big to squeeze into this area. I mean, losing a front porch and still having a 20-foot, 100-square-foot house with a back porch is still easily a single family home. And then that makes much less intrusion into the 100-foot riparian zone and less of a footprint in the 100-foot buffer zone, which again is 100% still within our purview, regardless of when the lot was created.
So Richard, if they were to take and move the garage to the end of the house and slide it forward 3 feet, would that make a difference for you?
Personally, I have no problem with the size of the house. If they slide the garage, slide the house, again, shrinking down the front porch. Generally, people have one large gathering porch, either the front or the back. And I mean, they have a pretty good size one that looks like it's well over 400 square feet in the back. So honestly, most houses I see don't have and that looks like it's a good 400+ square foot porch in the front. So I think it's a pretty good compromise myself. They get to keep the house the same exact size they want. The garage just changes a little bit in proximity to the front of the house. I certainly don't think it takes away from the house, and they have a nice back porch. The 100-foot riparian zone is almost preserved 100% without having the foundation put in it, as well as the 50-foot no structure zone in the front. So I would like to see the front porch removed or shrunk down into just a landing and some steps.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Bob.
Wesley, what I'm trying to tell you here is that you need to find, if there's 6 members present, you need to find 4 votes. If there's 5 members present, you need to find 3 votes. And I'm suggesting to you, based on what I've heard so far, that your client may need to make some compromises if you're going to achieve, the majority you need to, because we can't, do we have a DEP number on, do you have a DEP number?
We do not.
See, so we can't vote on it tonight.
Nope, I completely understand that. We've been
You
filed a
know,
month ago, we still don't have a number. So I will, so like I said, we looked at a couple different options. So, we didn't just sit around for a couple weeks after the last meeting and not do anything. So we did look at a couple different options. I will tell you that the option that Mr. Bursch is talking about, we're still not completely out of the 100-foot riparian zone for the foundation. We just, dimensionally, we can't get that out of the 100-foot riparian zone if we respect the 50-foot.
But you could reduce it a little.
It would be reduced, yes, but it won't be completely out of that.
And so I'm urging you to take and see what you can do to reduce it, to do your best to try to address some of the concerns that we've heard here tonight. So we can get to an approval.
Okay.
Are there any other comments or questions from Matt? I'm sorry, Matt has his hand up.
Thanks, Bob. Essentially, in looking at this, I can understand where everyone's coming from here. So my take on it is we have some time, obviously, and unfortunately, due to the state's constrictions with their own labor shortages and having a lot to do, it may be a while before we get that number still. You may not have it for the December 15th meeting. You may, I don't know. I know that Wesley has put a lot of thought, it's pretty obvious from everything he said, into addressing potential alternatives. So what my suggestion is, based on what I've heard from the commission tonight, would be, Wes, if you could take those alternatives that you're speaking to and maybe just do a quick schematic drawing of them, in separate PDFs and send them in so that we can visualize what's being discussed. I think that might go a long way towards showing why this is your preferred alternative, and addressing the commission's concerns at the same time. So, I think a positive conclusion for everybody here is reachable. I just think if we had some more visual examples, it may help. And I know that even with a schematic drawing, Wesley, I know it may take you a little time, but obviously with the way that the numbers being issued have been dragging out, we appear to have nothing but time.
So Wesley, I'd like to do a straw poll. I'd like to go around and ask each member, where they're at and what it would take for them, what changes, if any, they would like to see, to get their vote for this project. And we will start with Richard Bursch.
Well, you have what I'd like to see. Move
Okay.
the garage and have just a landing coming in the front. Move the house closer to the 50 and out of the 100-foot riparian as much as possible. I do understand there's still going to be some intrusion, but you're going to alleviate 80% of it by sliding it in that little spot between the 50 and the 100. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Jeff Viviano.
Yeah, the applicant has made, I think, their honest effort into what they envision their retirement home as. I guess my concern here is that they made their honest effort on the first go. And I guess my concern is that in the future, engineers may be looking at this and draft up something larger so that they can get some give with conservation. So I guess I'm just concerned with that happening. I see what Matt is saying with the intent of the law, and I think the applicant put in an honest effort to build, a decent single family house on one level. And it's not massive. It's a 2,400 square foot home. I don't even think they build homes smaller than that right now, but so I'm fairly comfortable with it as designed, honestly. I mean, you could spin the house slightly to get that front porch closer to that 50-foot, which would change it slightly. And I guess you could kind of spin the septic tanks, but in all reality, like what kind of impact would that have? It's very minimal in my opinion. So that's just my opinion. And just, I just see this happening in the future where designs are just larger and then you get a little leeway, you know, to give in, I guess. That's just my concern.
Thank you, Jeff. Patty Adams.
I hear and agree with what everyone's saying. I don't know if maybe just the owners would want to go a little bit smaller with the design of the house so that they could keep their front porch in the garage the way it is. Maybe they could compromise a little bit.
Thank you, Patty. Mike LaRouche.
Yeah, there've been some good suggestions on. I would wish that you know, when you have the dream house and suddenly you ask someone to alter their dream, that's always tough to do. But given that that's the option, can you reimagine your dream house to perhaps to accommodate you know, I sort of like Rich Birch's idea, but you know, I'm sort of hoping that the owners could see that and say, all right, that might be a compromise we can live with.
Thank you, Mike. Jack Rabbit.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I do like Rich's ideas, you know, spin a little bit, put your garage off to the right-hand side, cut down on the porch, pull in your septic tanks or relocate them somehow so they get further away. And I would support something that would significantly reduce our presence in the riparian zone. Even if we're in at a couple feet, that's okay. But you know, we're losing the war here, you know, and every time we do something like this, it just creates another opportunity. And, you know, and as Jeff pointed out, another leverage point. And it's habitat. That's what we're here for, to protect it. And so therefore, I'm thinking the 100-foot riparian is a pretty good place to start. So yeah, I would go with Rich's and I would support those suggestions made by Rich.
Thank you.
Or with Patty as Mel, go to a 2,000 square foot house and see what it looks like.
Thank you.
Or go to 2-story and put an elevator.
Are you serious,
Okay,
Jack?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm in favor of the houses proposed. I don't think a 2,400 square foot house is a big house at all. I agree that people don't build houses smaller than that. I think if you were to look at the average size of any house built, new house being built, it would be big, at least as big as that or bigger. You know, it's all on one floor. Is there a basement on this house, Wesley?
Yeah, my impression, there still will be a basement on this, but I think it's just standard
Yeah.
basement construction in the Northeast.
And as I read the regulation, it's the applicant has made some serious efforts to minimize you know, the riparian zone, but it pre-exists, the lot pre-exists riparian. The law was written that way for a reason. But I also see that in order for the applicant, you know, to have a successful application, they're going to have to make some modifications here. So I think the applicant should make some modifications, but I personally would vote for the application as presented. So with that, I think Wesley, that gives you a good idea where you stand. I'm looking for a motion to continue to January 15th.
December 15th, right?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, December 15th.
I do have one quick comment, Bob, and then I'll make that motion.
Absolutely, Rich. go
Yeah,
ahead.
just to remember, is everybody saying that this is a typical house? If it was being put on a typical lot, that certainly would not be an issue, but this is a very atypical lot. It was designed specifically to have a house just on the top of this knoll, not a typical 2,400 square foot house with a 400 square foot garage and 1,000 square feet of deck space. So I do think that in some aspects, it may be somebody's dream house, but it is certainly not a dream lot to be putting it on. So we do need to take that in consideration, in our job is protecting the environment. In lots like this necessarily don't call for a typical house style, size, or design or placement. So we do need to keep that in mind as we go forward. So, and with that, I will make a motion to continue until December 15th.
Thank you, Richard. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and second, roll call vote. Rich Birch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Patty Adams,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. With permission of the commission, I'd like to skip new business and old business and go to enforcement, because I expect that that's why most of the remaining people that are not commission members are still here. So Matt, why don't you look at who's here and take us through enforcement?
Okay, just give me a sec here. Well, I see people from 441 Townsend Harbor if we want to get into that first.
All right, let's look at 441 Townsend Harbor.
I'm here.
Jeremy,
How you doing, sir?
good.
We had a,
Jack Maloney
I'm
is
also here
present.
too.
okay. Jack, I'll let you go with this.
Okay, last Saturday, we had a site walk and Jack and Matt showed up to look at the site. They took a few pictures of the current roof. We showed them the area, what I had proposed for a recharge system, which is off to the side of the house. And we discussed that a little bit. And we had some other discussions, but I think we should just talk about this at the first part of this and see where the commission's at in regards to recharging the existing roof line into a set of Caltech chambers.
Any comments or questions about the proposal to, so what you're saying, Jack, is you want to leave the existing roof line and put in some recharge, and put in a recharge system.
That's, yeah, I mean, the roof trusses are on, they're pre-engineered roof trusses, the roof decking's down, the shingles are on. I don't know what happened. I don't want to get into that, but it's done. And one of the ways that I thought that it could be saved was to recharge the roof runoff. Earlier tonight, you had the abutter on for 445, and it was pointed out that he had roof gutters coming right down to his impervious patio. We would do a gutter line on the lake side of the house and capture everything that's on the lake side of the house, run it down through a gutter system into a recharge area with these Caltech C4 chambers. There'd be a half a foot of stone underneath. The chambers would be placed in. They're I think they're 4x6 or 4x8 panels, and there'd be 6 of them put in there, and then there would be backfilled with crushed stone up to the top of them, and then loamed and seeded on top of that, or filter fabric on top of that, and then loamed and seeded to grade. So anytime we had a storm event, the lake side of the roof would get captured and it would all be put down into that Cultex system. The other thing that I suggested while we we're out in the field on Saturday was the overhang prior to them putting any decking on for the porch underneath, is that area would be excavated down to the natural gravel material, backfilled with crushed stone back up to the surface. So if there were any carryover or any rain that would be coming from the west towards the back of that house, that would get pushed onto that porch system, would be able to drip down through and get recharged through there as well.
Thank you, Jack. Maloney, I'm gonna call now on Jack Rabbit, who has his hand
Mr.
up.
Chairman, could you put the pictures up that we sent, reported on this?
I'll give it my best, Jack.
Oh, bless your heart. I have confidence in you, Bob. I know you can do it. I have more confidence in you than me in that case.
Probably it's these thing under site pics.
Yeah, there was.
I think it's Nove Jack. Yeah, it's like 2/3 of the way down.
Oh, November Jack, aha. All right, let me share that screen. You guys, oh, the wrong thing.
Wrong one.
That's what we're trying to avoid.
Yeah.
All right, let's try again. How's this? You guys see this now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. If you could basically page down a few, I'd like to look at basically, there was a question of the wall, but Jack, you didn't want to get into that tonight.
Not right now. I think let's
Okay.
address this first.
Okay, so the pictures that are most interesting are what you're looking at right now, and that they are structured joists. However, they're anchored they're anchored to the outer wall of the house. So therefore, I don't see a structural problem with regard to removing that section. If you recall, and as Jack said, we don't know how this really happened, because what we approved was essentially a house sitting on the same location, same footprint. There was no overhang or anything like that before, but somehow magically it appeared to, I guess, the building inspector that for his approval. And so something happened. And, we probably should have picked that up earlier, because we noticed that those joists and such were a little bit wider than the house. So something happened there, but it's not what we approved, nor would we approve it right now, because essentially you're now you're expanding into we're past 50 and almost at 30. And so I can't see us allowing something like this to happen. And it is very feasible to do modifications to that roof line and essentially just cut it off at the wall. So I don't see a reason to not go with that. Also, the extra recharge system, we will have a line of people all over the place coming in and saying, we're going to put a impermeable surface, we're going to discharge it off to the side, and you'll let it happen at this particular location. You talk to Adam Costa, and his issue is all about precedence. And if we establish our precedence, that's what's going to happen, and we're going to lose. We're going to lose more habitat area. So I would not recommend, and I would recommend that we allow that to continue. I would recommend that we trim the roof back and make some modifications, but not going any further and not accepting the other alternate dry well.
Can I answer this?
Oh,
not right now.
okay, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. You'll have your chance. I want to see if there's any other comments other than Mr. Rabbit. I don't want to get into a back and forth. I want to hear from all the commissioners about the recharge and about the roof issue. and then we'll come back to you, okay? And any other commissioners have any comments other than Mr. Rabbit? Richard Bursch.
I guess I do kind of agree with Jack. I'm not an engineer, so looking at the wall, I can't tell, but I would think that at some point we're gonna request an engineer, structural engineer, to at least provide a letter saying that the roof can't be removed, which I think I've asked for a couple times, but we've yet to see anything in writing from a structural engineer saying that, no, you can't cut that wall, cut the roof off at the wall line and re-support it, and then the roof's gone and our problems are gone. So that would be number one. Number two, and I did bring it up at the last meeting, and I don't see much more being done on it, is if that is not the case, there should be substantial renovation of the shoreline as a penalty for putting the roof in that location. Removing, say, 60% of the wall and renovating the shoreline back 30 feet, and planting it such that it is a natural area and a natural buffer. Because right now we just have some crappy looking ties and some other stuff. It really isn't a true functioning habitat at this point. So I would like to see a substantial portion of that regenerated and brought back to a permanent status.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit more, Rich, if you don't mind? I mean,
which part? Removing the roof or reestablishing the shoreline and the 30-foot no disturbance zone?
I guess the shoreline, because there
Okay.
was originally a dock there where you can see in this picture where those blocks are.
Yep. Well, originally there was no roof on the 30-foot, so.
No, I know that. I'm just,
trade.
this was going to be the second part of the conversation tonight. The first part was obviously the roof, but
Okay.
I was not at any of the previous meetings except for when we had our final approval from the original design. So this was one of the questions that I had for Matt and Jack on Saturday was sorry, Nick Eaton, the owner, had made a comment that you had mentioned about some sort of restoration or something like that. So neither one of them knew exactly what was going on. So I guess if you could elaborate a little bit more, because I mean, to me, it looks like this was always a beach. There's sand that's in this picture that looks like it had been put down. Obviously, this has been a neglected property for a long time, but used because there's a pontoon boat that's on site. You can see it just to the left of Matt. That's been on this property for years and used. There was a dock that was there, and to me, it looks like this was originally all sanded beach versus just a natural, gravel embankment like some of the other areas on the lake.
So
And your
Jack,
point there, Jack?
go ahead.
I guess what I'm looking for, Rich, is what are you looking for in regards to restoration? If we're taking out the railroad ties, which I kind of agree with, because they're tipped pretty much all the way down, is what is the commission going to be looking for? A new wall to go in there and clean up the area above that wall?
Well, if it was me, again, I mean, we're looking to remediate a violation if the roof can't be removed. And myself, I'd be looking for, 60 to 65% of the shoreline being naturally stoned and planted back 30 feet. And try to remediate some of the 30-foot no disturbance zone that's been destroyed on this lot over time. I'm not blaming anybody for it, but if we're going to allow or be forced to allow a roof in the 30-foot no disturbance zone that clearly wasn't permitted, there should be some restoration put back in place on this property to offset that. So that would be what I would be looking for, is a substantial portion of this shoreline to be renovated back and the 30-foot no disturbance zone reestablished.
Anything else, Richard?
Nope.
I'm gonna call on Jeff Viviano, then we'll come back to you, Jack, later. Jack Maloney. Jeff Viviano.
Whose shed is that? The red shed you can see.
Belongs to the applicant.
Can you remove that shed?
That would be a hard no.
That would make up for most of your roof. Just a
Well, there was-
suggestion.
Yeah, there was 16 feet of roof on there by 12 feet originally in the place that the new roof is. So we're actually only talking about a third, a little over 50% of that roof is the discussion. And that is a structurally engineered truss roof. So it is not just trim off the edges as was mentioned. That is a structurally engineered roof. There's a beam that goes on there that comes down, goes through and carries the rest of that roof load on the monolithic slab, which is the reason when the house was replaced, we didn't have to dig a hole to put a foundation in.
No, I understand roof trusses.
Yeah,
You can't cut
yeah.
those back. I
No,
get that.
I
But
understand that. I'm just, the shed over there has been there. This gentleman has gone through battle after battle, and I understand this has been an
no, I
eyesore and
understand
a
all that,
problem.
but I'm
I-
just
I'm just-
saying,
I
if
can't
that
get him to
shed were to be removed, you'd kind of get a lot of square footage there for your roof. That's just my only suggestion.
Yeah.
That's
And
all I have, Bob.
Yeah.
1 minute. Can you guys see this picture of the house that was there?
No.
Okay, let me, okay, let me try again. Now, can you see a picture of the house that was there?
Yes.
I'm asking the gentleman to tell me where this roof was that was pre-existing that overhung that,
It's right there in the picture, right on the right-hand side of the house. It'd be the piece of the roof sticking off the side of the house.
Can you
and
make the picture bigger?
I can try.
Good job.
I mean, right now, we've got a roof that overhangs this entire side of the house by 12 feet.
Correct.
Where are you asserting that there was a pre-existing roof here?
The pre-existing roof that's in the picture, sticking out over the lower entry that went into the ground and over to the left, towards the left side of the house, from the right to the
And
left.
you're asserting that that's how much of this new roof that sticks out toward the lake?
That you're about a third of the roof.
Okay, Richard Birch.
Yeah, that might be a third of one side of the roof. I mean, then that actually was approved in the plan because that was on the original
Yeah.
application, but
The original
From-
application, again, when we put it in there, it was for a demolition plan. That plan was uploaded and changed when we went for the building permit, when we realized the whole building had to come down. That's the whole part of this that's missing.
Okay, I have to interject here.
yeah, that's not the case.
That's not the history. The history here that's printed out and is date stamped in the building permit file is the configuration that is there now was not uploaded into the building permit system until the night before our first enforcement hearing.
That was when I was called and asked to re-upload it because it didn't come through, just like
There
last.
wasn't anything in there to begin with, so.
Right, and last meeting that we had 2 weeks ago, the plan that we had, that Jack and Malloy from Dillis and Roy had sent to you as well as us and uploaded into the plan, we couldn't upload either, and there's no record of that. I'm without getting into all of that, I'm just trying
Jeremy?
to fix the problem here.
Jeremy,
Yep.
I'd ask you to stop. Okay, we're not gonna talk about how we got to where we are. We're gonna talk about how we get from where we are now to where we're gonna go,
You brought it up.
okay? I understand, okay?
Well, I understand clearly, and I'm not trying to bring up the past. It's just been brought up and the question was asked. That's why I answered it.
Thank you, Jeremy. Are there any, if there are no other comments from commissioners, I have my comments.
One other, Mr. Chairman,
All right,
there
Jack,
was-
you have an additional comment?
Yes, I'm sorry. And I know this is a little bit off the side, but there was a tree that really does need to come down. We wanted to give him permission to take that one down.
Okay,
Because
Jack.
otherwise it's gonna fall on.
Not
both-
now, Jack. We'll talk about
Okay.
that in a minute.
Okay,
Let's-
that's all.
We approved the house. When we approved this application, we approved basically what you saw in that picture that I had up there a little while ago. A little teeny roof that was over to the side. And the existing deck. What was built, basically, the entire roof line is now like 12 feet closer to the lake. And we did not approve that. And so what we're at, so the first thing that we asked for, or that Mr. Bursch has asked for, is something from an engineer that says that can the roof be cut down? Can the part of the roof, the trusses that overhang over the edge, can they be cut? If they can't, can they or can they not be cut? For some engineer to write it down, put their stamp on it and say yes or no, that they can or cannot be cut. If they can't be cut, then I agree with Mr. Bursch that so then the option would be that we would ask the applicant to take the entire roof off. You know, all the trusses, all the roof, and all the shingles, all the decking and all that other stuff. That's tens of thousands of dollars. I doubt the commission has a stomach for that. You know, maybe we have a stomach for that. I don't know if we have the stomach for that. And so if we're going to be, if someone said, if we're going to be forced to accept this roof, which basically moves the entire house 12 feet closer to the lake, something we would never, ever permit, then I agree with Mr. Bursch that they should have to take as compensation, naturalize the edge of the lake by planting natural bushes and stuff along the edge of the lake and naturalizing it. It's not remediation because, I mean, I'm not going to quibble with someone, you know, with Mr. Maloney, who said, well, it wasn't like that way before. We're not trying to bring it back to what it was before. We're trying to take and compensate for, you know, this violation. Somebody built something that wasn't approved. And we have we are under no obligation to accept it, none whatsoever. I mean, the question is, do we have the stomach, you know, to take and make somebody, you know, pay that huge economic penalty? Now I'm going to call on Nick.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know anything about building. I sell parts for a living. I lost my dad a couple years ago, and then I fought through probate, and I'm not even lying to you. It was hell. It felt like I don't even want to get into it. I had asked the Hickory Hills Lake Association. I didn't even really know about cutting trees down, but I knew I needed to get the okay. I had asked them if I could cut these same trees down. I'm going to guess 3 or 4 months before this, they told me no, because I wasn't the owner. I was the executor of the estate. They had all my paperwork. I pay all the bills or whatever. Then these trees collapsed on the house. And I'm not going to lie, between me and my younger brother having to pay for a probate attorney to rebuilding this house, my dad was underinsured. I mean, I'm out of pocket a lot of money right now. We have to pay a mortgage right now on this house. I got approved for a construction loan. We have to pay somewhere else to live. Again, I don't really know about the restructure of it. I hired Jeremy, and honestly, I've seen his work and I believe every word he's saying. I mean, I'm sure he can get a hold of an engineer or whatever. I believe his name is Peter. Other than that, there's nothing that I wanted to do but to make the beach area 1,000 times better, like Richard was saying. I've lived here my whole life. If I ever told my dad to do something and he said no, there's no way I'm going to get him to say yes. Whatever it takes. I mean, again, we had a dock, and with this whole thing, it actually flowed away, and I don't even know where it went. I'm going to be honest with you, but whatever we can do to make the beach area better, I'm all on board. I was actually telling Matt and Jack Rabbit on site that if you look over to the left, looking at the lake, there's just leaves that have been in there probably, I'm 32, so I mean, probably 50 years, and they just all float over there. I mean, they said that Richard and I believe his brother Mark could come in there and clean it all up. Again, I'm all on deck for it. I want to make this house livable. I want to make it nice. And I just want to put everything behind us. I mean, whatever we can do. I mean, I'm out a lot of money and it's just adding up. My neighbor, I'm not trying to go into another conversation, but I know he wanted some trees removed. His grandkids are always there. I don't care. If it's a hazard to him or me, I'd rather take him down. The last thing I want to see is someone's grandchildren getting hit in the head by a stick or whatever from something in my property. I mean, I don't want to see that. I can't afford to cut down any more trees of any sort until I get into this house. Like, again, it's day by day. It's just, fees are just adding up. Every day I feel like I have a bill for this. And I mean, I honestly, I live for this meeting. I mean, I know last meeting didn't really go well. The meeting before that, I believe, got canceled. I mean, we've just been at a standstill, and I'm like, I'm just asking you guys to help me. I don't think that I should be looked at as an example, but at the same time, I mean, I did ask them to cut these trees down, and this is what happened. I mean, I don't know if you guys have a picture of the trees before, but they're huge trees, and they just rerouted from the ground. I mean, stuff happens, you know what I mean? It's nature, but I just need to get back into this house, man. It's costing way too much money.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
So back to Jack Maloney. I mean, Jack, can you or the applicant or someone else produce something like Mr. Bursch has requested from an engineer saying about the feasibility of cutting down the roof? That sticks out?
If I can step in here, this is Jeremy.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Big deal. Just a couple of these things. I have no problem getting a hold of Peter Reynolds from McKenzie Engineering and having that. I can also get that from Koopman Lumber, which is who actually engineered and stamped those to get them over there. As you know, the gentleman that was requested a meeting, we met on Saturday, which was from the last meeting, which is 2 weeks ago. We met this thing. He was coming out to the meeting to look at this specifically because he's very well familiar with the trusses, as he stated, and understands that, you know, from a building aspect, you're not just going to cut those off and trim them. We know that. I can get that from Peter Reynolds. I can get that from Koopman. That's not a problem. The situation of the recharge system, regardless if the roof comes back 10 feet from where it is now, which is where it would be with the overhang on there and the deck being covered, this is not the building moving 12 feet closer to the lake. It's simply the roof is 12 feet. It's actually 10 feet further than it was. So we're talking about the roof, not the actual building structure, not the concrete, not the house itself. This is, you know, not everyone on the lake saying in any perseverance coming forward that they can move their house closer to a lake. That's not the case at all. The foundation, everything is exactly where it was. It's actually smaller, reduced in size by a few feet. This is just the roof overhang coming over the deck that we're talking about here that is causing this huge problem. And however we got here to this, I mean, we came up with a recharge system, which is accepted, you know, as we spoke about with Matt and Jack Rabbit on Saturday. These are used all over the state of Massachusetts and required by law to put these systems in and capture all the water coming off of gutters to put them back into the ground in any circumstance in the city areas. This actually stops the erosion with a recharge system coming off of that roof, whether we catch all of the water from front and rear gutters or catch it just from the rear gutter. It puts it into the ground so it doesn't look like 445 next door with his erosion from his addition and the downspouts and everything there. He has a beautiful lawn. He has a beautiful driveway. He's built a beautiful patio. He has a beautiful beach, and it's washing away simply because the roof is there. That 10 feet of roof isn't going to change that if we just dump it on the ground. the water recharge system actually stops all of that. So we're giving an option here that is allowed everywhere else, and we're giving it as an option, and we're not saying we're asking for forgiveness and we're writing this and whatever the confusion was to get here. We're trying to solve a problem without causing anyone anything and not trying to tell anyone on the lake, you can move your house 12 feet closer. That's not the case. The deck was already there. The deck was 12 feet. The deck is now 10 feet. I mean, everything has reduced in size. So we're not trying to pull one over and move the house and double the size of the house. This isn't a 2,400 square foot house that everybody earlier in the meeting was talking about as the average size house. We're talking about a 1,600 square foot house that's been on this property forever. The property has just completely been cleaned, renovated, and pulled back together. He's willing to rebuild the shore. That was what we were going to request, as we spoke about at the last meeting, because he determined that he wants this property to be where he lives, where his family lives. He's been there forever. His family's been there forever. They have just done everything in their means to come out of a battle that trees fell on the house because they weren't allowed to cut them down. The story is very sad and ugly to get here. We're just trying to come up with a solution. We're asking the board to please help us get to that solution. We've come up with a very solid solution, accepted everywhere, to put the water back into the system so that this gentleman can finish his house and get on with his life. We're not asking to intrude on it. If the shore renovation has to be done, we're just asking to let us get his house done so he can actually have a place to live, since this damage did happen. If the shore renovation's there and this is a contingency, we're more than welcome to, as he spoke himself. He wants this place to look beautiful. The shoreline doesn't look beautiful, and he wants to fix that.
Thank you, Jeremy. Jack Rabbit has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 points, if I could. First of all, Mr. Chairman, could we ask that when we query the engineer, ask them what would it take to be able to cut that back and cut the roof back and restore it to some sort of normalcy with regard to functionality, that versus can you do it or not? What would it take to do that? The second part was essentially, I want to say thank you, because they did a nice job cleaning up the lot. Nick, you did a good job. You took care of that for us. Thank you. And the third thing is well, I guess, am I jumping here, Bob? If I ask back to the tree, it looks like it could fall over and either hit the existing house, the new house that's going in, or hit the neighbor's house or in things like that. The tree is in really bad shape.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
You want me to answer those, Jack? Excuse me, Bob?
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm thinking. Well, number one, I'd like to see a letter from an engineer similar to what Mr. Bursch and Mr. Rabbit stated, about, is it possible, what would it take to cut the roof back? If it's not possible, then the commission has to make a decision about if we're going to allow the roof to stay. Obviously then we would want I would think, though we probably could take a straw vote, that the commission would want the recharge area. But then also, do other members of the commission agree that if we are going to be forced to accept the roof, or if we're going to choose to accept the roof, but we're not forced to accept the roof, we could tell the applicant they have to take the roof off, although I expect they don't, it wouldn't be economically feasible. Do they agree that, naturalizing the shore, planting bushes, turning it from now an open beach or an open view of the lake, into naturalized plantings along the shore that would support, wildlife? Do they see that as a viable option? So I guess we'll do a straw poll. Jack, how do you feel about that?
First of all, I think it's obvious that I'm reticent to ever accept the fact that we basically moved a house 10 feet closer. If it's not economically feasible, no one wants to cripple Nick or anything like that. We don't want to do that. I would like to see what that cost is going to be with regard to this truss before I said, yeah, the adjacent tank should be. But I also love Jeff's idea that, you know, if we're going to be forced to eat that, we're going to ask that the shed be moved out, and that we essentially, as Bob, as you indicated, go 30 feet from the water line and repopulate that area with local shrubbery and blueberry bushes and things like that. And essentially all you've got is a walkway to the dock, and that's it. The rest of it becomes a buffer. And I would even ask about the boulders put in there to make sure it's not encroached upon. And yeah, that's my 2 cents. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Jack. I would just mention, Rich threw out the figure of 30 feet. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the edge of the deck is actually less than 30 feet from the water. So I'm not sure 30 feet is a realistic number, but we'd have to discuss that, you know, if the commission in general, you know, thought that was a viable option. Mike LaRouche, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, I like the idea of what everyone has shared today about getting a letter from an engineer, repopulating the front of the shoreline, and thinking about doing something, you know, if we have to live with the roof line, perhaps we can gain something by the shed, but only thinking about that after we know how much it would take to modify the roof, that it's more acceptable to the board.
Ben, anything else, Mike?
That's it.
Thank you. Patty Adams?
I almost feel like I would want to say that I would want to wait to hear if the roof can be cut back before we make other decisions and other determinations. I would hate to see anyone go through that expense of having to change their roof line. I can understand their point where they're saying that it's not, the house isn't closer, it's just the roof line. If something can be done with the shed, like moving the shed back and putting more vegetation there or something. And then it just, tonight's the first time that I heard that the owner said that they had requested to cut down the trees, and were they denied, and the trees did fall on their house. I don't know the background of that story. I don't know if that's true or not.
Thank you, Patty. Anything else, Patty?
No, I think the bottom line is I'd just like to wait to see what the engineers say about the overhang.
Jeff Viviano?
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get any engineer to say that you can cut a roof truss back. So I think we can call that water under the bridge at this point. But I agree with replacing that wall with something, you know, that's not deteriorating, which I assume the applicant was going to do anyway. And then removal of the shed and complete deck area over in the corner there, and moving that outside the 50. I think that's a good option to get that square footage within the 30 for your nice screened in deck that you're going to have. So that's where I stand on the project. I think that's a good workaround.
Thank you. Richard Bursch?
Like I originally stated, if the roof has to stay, we just need verification that it can't be removed. Hence the letter from the engineer. I do agree with Jeff, though generally you're not going to be cutting a truss because it's been structurally designed for the load and the location. But you never know, but we do need verification that that's not the case. That's why we need the letter stamped from a structural engineer, so we're not just going off of somebody's word of mouth. Everybody's had some pretty good suggestions. I mean, there definitely needs to be some remediation for the violation, which is either in restoration of the bank and the 30-foot no disturbance zone, a substantial portion of that, and or removal of the shed and the decking around it up to the water. So that kind of leaves that to to Jeremy and Nick to kind of figure out where they want to try to remediate the areas to make up for the violation, which with all due respect is clearly a violation. Just putting in some stormwater management underground structures does not remediate the violation that is in plain sight. So that's where I stand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would disagree with one thing that Jeff said. Jeff said something about a screened-in porch or a screened-in deck. I don't think we should ever allow that any approval or anything that we do here should stipulate that the deck can never be screened in. And in fact, the second design that was uploaded shows columns going from the deck up to the truss. Though there's no reason for those columns other than support the idea that now we've moved the house closer to the water, and all you got to do is run screening or something in between these columns. I don't think we should allow the applicant to put those columns up so that.
The
But
columns
I do
actually
agree that
support
if
the
we have
roof,
to accept
Bob.
the roof, that if we have to accept the roof, then they should have to take and naturalize a certain portion, of the edge of the lake, to be decided among the commission, through further discussion. I'm going to call on Nick. Nick has his hand up.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
So as far as the shed being taken down, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I've always hated the shed. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to be honest with you. All of our stuff right now is currently in there. Like without that, right now, we had to pay for a storage. It went from $180 literally when September 1st hit to $270 a month. That's what I have to pay. That's probably that's everything that's in our house too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I've cleared this yard up. I mean, Jack Rabbit, like you were saying earlier, I mean, I was there in 25-degree weather picking up stuff. I mean, I get it. I hated the yard dirty, but like I said, if anybody knew my dad, if he told you no, there's no way you're going to go around him. So I did everything I could to I literally threw everything away in the yard. Not saying that it was anything worthwhile, but worthy. I literally threw it away. I need somewhere to at least put my stuff. Half of the stuff in that, we call it a boathouse, is, I mean, it's almost like if you knew somebody older, like a grandparent, they had all their building stuff in there. I mean, I'd probably throw half of it away and just put some of the stuff that, like our seasonal stuff, Christmas stuff, whatever. I mean, I wouldn't suggest to tear that down. As far as the beach line goes, I'm all for it. I mean, Rich, I don't know if you can hear me, but I mean, if there's something you can do to help me, like I said, get the leaves out, I'm all for it. I mean, I can get a hold of you after the meeting. Like I said, I just need to get back into the house. I mean, I've paid out of pocket for all the materials. That's the problem right now. And now I'm literally running out of money to live. I mean, I get it with the engineer. I completely get that, but I'm trying to look around this right now. I mean, and as far as you guys were saying, when we're going to make the beach area, I actually just had to pay, my dad owed like 4 years of back lake dues. I just paid $2,300 to Hickory Hills. I pay to live on the lake. I expect to at least enjoy the lake. There was a dock there, and I could probably get you guys pictures of it before it took off on wherever it went. We have, I mean, I think the pontoon boat's like a 22-footer. I believe my dad was the first person that had one on the lake. I mean, we used to swim around the dock. I mean, we actually used to have a dock that like we anchored out way, and we finally got rid of it. I mean, I need to have at least a dock with some beach area. I don't mind planting the bushes around it, but I mean, I do need a spot to at least enjoy the beach. I mean, Hickory Hills is a nice lake. I mean, I think it's better than Lake Shirley or Whalum, but I mean, I'm just asking you guys to just don't make me crumble the house to something I can't enjoy. I mean, I'm putting everything I can into it. And I mean, I just need a beach area and I'm asking for the shed to not be removed.
Thank you, Nick.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Patty.
Were we talking about removing the shed or moving the shed into a different location?
They were talking about removing the whole deck off the property.
The shed,
Yes, the shed,
okay.
along with turning his whole lake side of the yard into a wildlife preserve for the lake. Along
That's
with
not
the-
quite true. I think I used 60 to 65% of the lake front, not the entire lakefront. So I'm not sure where you got that from, Jeremy.
Well, no, I mean, the words were actually used, a path to a dock in the front yard.
Well, that didn't come from me, and I actually think Nick had said it, but I had used 60 to 65% of the shoreline to be renovated or to replaced.
Okay, I'm gonna start asking people to address their comments to the chair so we don't get into the back and forth.
Bob, can I just go through the list, Bob, please?
Go ahead.
So right now you're requesting a letter from the structural engineer,
Yep.
which that's very simple to get. Then you want a complete cost analysis on what it costs to remove the roof when he says the truss roof can't be cut off or trimmed.
I don't think we asked for that.
It was asked for a cost of what it would cost to do if it wasn't there to be removed.
Do any of the commissioners here recall asking for that?
Check.
No,
Well,
No.
Jack did.
No, we didn't ask for that. If you thought you heard that, that's a misinterpretation.
So I don't need to get a cost, as I was asked. I believe Jack had said he wanted to know what the cost difference would be if the
No,
roof
he
cannot
said,
just
what
be
would it
cut off.
take?
What would
He
it
said,
cost?
what would it take to take and cut the trusses back?
Correct, which is a cost analysis.
No, not cost. What would it take? What structurally would you have to do to cut it back?
You
Am I
have
correct
to
in
remove
that?
the roof off. As you stated, the columns earlier, you said you wanted the columns taken out so it can never be screened in. Those columns are actually going onto P3 Technopost piers, helicoil piers in the ground that hold that structure up. So if we get 3 feet, 4 feet of snow, we won't have to worry about how to take that roof off because it will break. That is actually there to hold the roof up. The plan that was uploaded shows those posts there, shows an actual LVL, not an LVL, but it's a glue lam header underneath of that. And those posts go straight down through the deck. They hold up the deck on there and that. And again, I can't reiterate this enough. We didn't move the house 12 feet closer to the lake. The deck was always there. The deck was 12 feet. It just did not have a roof over it. The deck is now 10 feet and has a roof over it. That is the only change, is the roof, not the house, not the structure or any of that, and didn't move there. But those columns do need to be in place to hold up that roof. It's not a screened in porch. And it was not drawn as a screened in porch. Those are actual structural supports to hold up the other end of those trusses. Those trusses, like I thought we were going to meet down there to go over this, on Saturday, which is why we waited the 2 weeks to have this. But I guess that didn't happen, or we didn't end up getting to where we were going, because this is very simple. I mean, those are engineered trusses. I will get Peter Reynolds from McKenzie or Koopman to do that. I'll get you that. You don't need a cost analysis. You want to know what it takes to do that. It takes removing the roof, because if the trusses can't be just cut off, then the whole roof of the house comes off. That's what it takes.
So Jeremy, can you also get your engineer to take and say that the columns are structurally necessary?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So other than that, the options are remove the shed, which some of the members said, remove the shed off the property.
That was a proposal. There's been
Correct. No, I don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that
Yep.
I'm writing down the options so
Yep.
I know what I have to deal with, because
Yep.
we've already been at this for 2 months and this gentleman is not living in his home for the last 2 months. And this all comes from, simply trees falling on a house. So here we are. But to get through this, the options or proposals are to remove the shed off the property and or rebuild the whole beach area to a naturalized situation And, you know, blueberry bushes and things along there up to the 30-foot mark. I believe the comment was put boulders in there so that nothing could ever be done again, which is the same comment that was made, that a path basically from the deck to the dock would be there. That's where that came from. So I'm just trying to write this all down
Jeremy,
and clarify what you want.
Jeremy. Those were all statements made by individual commissioners that do not represent the will of the commission. You'd have to
What does
bring
the
a
commission
plan.
want?
Bring us a plan. Okay, if the roof, if it, my suggestion to you is that if you come up with a letter, as I expect you will, from an engineer that shows the roof can't be cut back, bring us a plan next time showing 65% of the lakefront being naturalized with native plants, you know, with the removal of the wall that's along the lake.
And this is in addition to the existing condition or order of conditions that's putting triple the amount of trees in that came down, correct? We're running out of property to put trees in. We have a septic tank, a 1,600 square foot house. And now 65% of that side of the house, we don't have the area to put the trees between the two.
Matt Morrow. Where's Matt Morrow?
Right here.
Matt. I see your beautiful granddaughter. I was looking for you.
I think with the way I look right now, you'd rather see my beautiful granddaughter.
Okay, and so, but Matt, do we have an order of conditions that says they have to plant a whole bunch of trees?
There's an order of conditions that was issued approving some tree replanting based on the approval of the house.
And how many trees did it say to plant?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I don't have the order in front of me.
I don't.
But it wasn't like it was a big forest. It was limited. It was like under 5. I can tell you that.
That was my memory also, that it was about 5 trees or so. But
5 trees?
But I'm not, but you know, I don't have the order in front of me.
Three maple trees and 5 high bush blueberry trees are on the
Maple
plan.
trees and 5 high.
All right, so 3 trees and 5 shrubs.
Yep.
All right, well, if that is the order of condition, then I stand corrected and I withdraw that, because from what I was understood, we were a 3-to-1, we were a 3-to-1 ratio based on Jack and everybody measuring stumps and bases and counting 19 trees and jumping through all the hoops. So I stand corrected. If it's only 5 trees and blueberries, then we don't have a problem. But if we were doing a 3-to-1, like they had discussed at the meeting, when we had the meeting, that's a whole different ballgame, because we're really running out of room down there.
No, we're talking what Jack Maloney just said about the maples and blueberry bushes.
Okay. So the front, just the lake side of the house is 65%.
That would be my suggestion to you, that you bring in such a plan to the next meeting for the consideration of the commissioners, so that the commissioners could discuss it as a group and come to a consensus about what they're looking for and make a decision about what it, you know, were you willing to move the shed and or remove the shed? And so again, so that the commissioners could consider the whole thing and you know, and discuss it, so that you could take and achieve a consensus and we can get off the dime and we can get Nick back in his house.
All right, well, if I get the engineer's letter over to you in the next 2 days here, I can, that's very simple to get. You don't need the board does not need a cost analysis, correct?
No.
Just the letter from the engineer stating that. And then Jack would have to draw up a plan of 65% for the water edge, correct?
That's my suggestion. You don't have to do anything, but
Well, no,
that's
I understand
my
that, but I
suggestion
mean,
if you want to get to a resolution of the issue.
all right, I'm just trying to figure out exactly, without spending another 2 months spinning our tires to end up in the same place we're at now. What does the board want to see to do this to get this done, because I honestly don't have another, next, then as everybody said, the next meeting on the 15th possibly may or may not be the meeting. It might be continued. And like two meetings ago was, we don't have another 2 months to do this. We're really running out of time. And if the truss is down there is my concern. If I don't go down there, we're under stop work order. So if I go down there and put the beam up and support those, I'm in violation of a stop work order. But right now I'm in violation of damage to the property that's there. So I'm trying to resolve this before we get to the point where it's incurring damage and this. I mean, I have no idea when the snow is going to come. That's something that I don't think even the meteorologist.
So Jeremy, I would suggest you ask either your engineer or the building inspector to take and issue an opinion about whether or not, that it's a danger not to support those existing trusses or the way they extend out toward the roof.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna call on Mr. Rabbit now. Mr. Rabbit's been
Thank you,
waving his
sir.
hand.
Just thank you. Hey, just for point of clarification, I totally agree with Jeff. You can't just cut a truss and walk away. What I'm interested in is seeing, okay, if we cut the trusses, what kind of modifications are you going to be able to make to keep the rest of the roof in place? And from what I saw, I didn't think it would take I'm an industrial engineer. I'm not a design engineer. I'm not a stress guy. I'm not that. But from what I saw, it was very doable. And I would be interested to see from this engineer, what would it take to cut it and make sure that it was structurally sound? And that's my point of interest. And I did bring up the issue of cost. How much was this going to cost us? Obviously I'm not asking for if we decide to remove the roof, what is the cost going to be to make sure those trusses are in fact reliably installed such they don't collapse. The second part was that I believe the suggestion was to basically take the shed, the boathouse, and move it to the back of the property, get it out of the side of the 50 feet. The other part of it was to essentially take out to 30 feet, if we're going to keep the roof, to take it out to the 30 feet and revegetate it to natural vegetation. We would leave a walkway. I didn't offer the opportunity to continue to have a full beach like you've gotten. And that's where the cost question came up from. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. So any other comments from commissioners? Jack, I'm gonna lower your hand.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, Bob. Thank you.
All right. So Jeremy and Jack, Maloney, do you have any additional comments or questions or suggestions?
I do not at this time, no.
Nick, do you have any additional comments, questions, or suggestions? Nick?
I mean, like I said, I mean, the boathouse, I mean, again, I'm trying to afford the house that I'm trying to build as it is. I don't know what it would even I'm going to be honest with you. I have complete faith in Jeremy, but I don't think that anybody could move that boathouse without it collapsing. I mean, that thing's been there. I'm 32. It's probably been there for like, I don't know, 40, 50 years. I mean, it looks nice. Don't get me wrong. It's definitely, but you can't just move that. As far as moving it to the back side of the house, I don't even think you can do that. I mean, you can correct me wrong, but that's where like the leach field and like the whole septic's being put in, because it has to be it has to be able to leach. I could be wrong, but again, I don't really have that much space. I mean, I have a driveway. I mean, if you guys want to let me put a garage in the driveway, I mean, sure, I'll remove the boathouse, but I mean, I need somewhere to put my stuff. I mean, everybody has a shed. I mean, yeah, it's just, I'm paying lake dues. I mean, and then going back to the whole beach area, to live on the lake, to actually have beachfront or lakefront, you have to pay, I forget exactly what else. I just paid $2,300, and I mean, that wasn't even my bill. I didn't even have to pay it. I still paid it because I just want to put everything behind me. I want a beach. I'm not asking for it to look like Hampton Beach and everybody can go out there on lawn chairs, but I mean, a simple dock. I mean, I actually like my next door neighbor's dock, Bill. I like those plastic docks. I hate wooden docks because all the chips always get in the water. And I just want a nice area. I mean, I'm not asking for a huge beach area, but I mean, say if you have your family over, you got 10 people over and you got 4 people swimming. I mean, you got to have somewhere. I mean, you're on a lake. Why would you live on a lake if you can't swim in there?
Nick, do you have any questions or comments about, I don't think anyone wants to deny you the ability to have a dock or to have someplace to be able to swim off of your property. But you haven't proposed a dock yet. But, you know, and you might want to consider doing that, you know, if you're going to take in, you know, show the shoreline.
He already did have a dock. It just happened to float away in the last 7 months.
I know if I put another dock in, I do know I have to pull, I don't know if it's called a permit, but I know I believe actually I have to talk to Matt first, get the okay from Matt, then it goes to Hickory Hills and they have a meeting. I do know that there's a couple of steps to that, but like I said, to fix up the beach area, I'm all on board. I'll contact, I can contact Rich tomorrow morning. I mean, I don't know what the process is. I don't know what it costs, but I mean, again, I want it done just as much as everybody else. And I'm sure, I don't know if there's anybody on here that lives on the lake, but I know that every time you guys went by the house, you're like, wow, that's a shithole. I'm trying to literally do a backflip and make a complete opposite. As long as you guys can tell Jeremy what exactly we need, I get it. He needs to get a hold of the engineer. Other than that, like I said, I'm all for fixing it up. The beachfront. If you guys look at the picture though, like I was saying, there's the railroad ties that are pretty much falling. There's also a huge pine tree that oversits that railroad tie, which is right near the boathouse, which is currently leaning towards the lake. I don't know. It could be 10 years from now. It could be 5 years from now. That tree is going to fall in the lake. At least I hope. I hope it doesn't hit the house at least. But if it does, I'm just saying, if we're going to clean up the beach, I would ask for that to be removed as well. But if it doesn't, if we can't come to that conclusion, it's going to fall in the lake. And I just want to know if Hickory Hills is going to remove it.
Let's focus, Nick. Let's focus on the roof and about the shoreline and where we go from here. Rich Birch.
Yeah, well, my name was mentioned a couple times. I wouldn't be contacting me, Nick. At this point, I'd be working with your engineer, Jack. And I would just recommend to Jack to try to reclaim as much of the 30-foot no-touch zone as possible. And the shoreline, and naturalize as much as you possibly can and allow Nick a deck and a beach area. But I mean, you've heard everybody tonight. You should be trying to reclaim as much shore and no disturbance zone as physically possible on this property to get this moving along. That's just my suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Richard. I'm going to move on from this and move on to a different enforcement issue now.
Can I just ask one question, Bob?
Go ahead.
Letter from structural engineer. The 65% upgrade of the area in the front yard, that's what I need to have for you. When is the soonest, if I get that to you, when is the soonest this can be decided on?
Well, the next meeting, hopefully,
all right,
will be on the 15th.
All right, if I get a hold of Chase tomorrow and I decide to come out of my pocket just to end all this crap, and I rip that whole entire roof off and throw it away and put that back on there, this all goes away when? Because there's way too many personal opinions involved in this and way too much being, I don't think Nick understands what the cost of what you guys are asking for versus the roof is going to actually weigh out to.
Matt Morrow, if you were to remove the roof. Matt Merle,
Yes, Bob.
if Jeremy were to remove the roof, I believe we would then lift the enforcement order, would we not?
That is correct.
All right. So it's coming down to what the cost is to put all the feelings involved in this versus me tearing the roof off, throwing it away and putting a new roof on that building. Putting a 12-foot deck back out there. We're talking about 300 square feet of roof area roughly. It is the whole stumbling point of why this gentleman can't live in his house, can't move forward, and we're there. And we're reinventing the whole wheel over 300 square feet of roof area.
If I can interject here, Bob, on this.
Go ahead.
The point is that there's a structure that's being built that was not approved by this commission, doesn't closely resemble anything that was approved by this commission, intrudes into a zone they specifically stressed at a meeting that you don't go in, and you did. And that's what this is all about. That's what needs to be addressed. If you can address that with your structural engineer, then it's been suggested strongly by several of these commissioners that you do so.
Yeah. And I understand that, but what it's coming down to is I'll handle that on a different end, because what is uploaded into the portal and is done, and through Chase, the building commissioner who came down and met with me prior to this actual stop work order being done, when the commission asked him to issue it, and that I have all of that. So I'll handle that on a different action. I'm just trying to get him back in his house, and he doesn't have another 2 to 4 weeks of time in his life to be going through this. That's all.
Well, and nobody's unsympathetic to that, but at the same token, we've given several directions, and we
scheduled a meeting Saturday. We scheduled a meeting Saturday for the board members that wanted to see the truss roof and go over these things to go there. We have several of the board members, I believe there's 7 on tonight, that are all have an opinion about this. But 2 months later, we're still having this conversation with 7 people on a board member, but nobody came down to a meeting that I sat there and froze for 2 hours waiting for anyone to show up. I'm just trying to get him back into his house, and this just seems to be the time loop that won't end.
So Jeremy, if you're willing to remove the roof, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that I will speak to about my client, and I will go through that, because this is just, there's very other options involved in this. And if it comes down to the monetary value, we do have the emails denying the rights to cut the tree that fell on the house. And there's a whole different route that this will go. I'm just trying to get him back in his house. And we're talking about 300 square feet of roof that's literally taken 2 months to get to this point, and continuing on.
Thank you, Jeremy. We're going to move on now.
Perfect.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jack. Good night, Nick. I suggest we now go to, where do you suggest we go to next? I think probably to Mr. Submergian.
That would be great. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. My father's Harry Submergian, and I believe that's why I'm here. He's not here for himself this evening. He's not a big Zoom user, so I'm standing in for him. And my sister is here as well. I have a home with him. I have a home, next to him on Peninsula Drive also. I believe the situation is, at least I know the situation from his perspective. A number of trees have fallen over the past few years. Like the story that we just heard, he and my mother, who are both in their late 80s, she's partially disabled, are fearful that the trees, or one of the trees, big pine trees they have in their yard, was going to smash into their house and damage it significantly. And so their goal has been to protect their home. And so the intention there was to remove some of the trees that are large in nature, tall, that had the ability to hit the house, shallow roots, and still had some high branches on there. I believe the situation is, when my father went to get permission to do so, I'm pretty sure he didn't understand what the process was and how things worked exactly when he got approval to do this. And as I understand it, he came in front of this commission first, and then went to Hickory Hills second, which I believe is backwards. Next, he did get permission from, I believe, this group to the Conservation Commission here. to take down a number of trees, but I don't think he understood exactly what the number was, and I believe he may have gone over that. My goal here this evening is just to understand from the commission, what is it that we need to do in order to kind of finish the job? I think there's a few other trees, it might be 4 or 5 that are still on the property that he would like to have removed that are in that kind of striking distance of the home. And what do I need to do with the Conservation Commission here, as well as Hickory Hills, to help him kind of get back on the right path, solve the tree problem, and be in good standing with the commission as well as Hickory Hills.
Thank you very much. You know, from my memory of what happened is, you know, they applied to cut down trees. They submitted a photograph showing 7 trees to be cut down. In an effort to be helpful, Matt did a diagram that showed where the 7 trees were located. Their application, if you read their application, it specifically mentions the number 7 trees, you know, that they signed. The night of the hearing, they couldn't get on Zoom.
Yeah.
They were over, they were over at Ken's house.
Yeah, Tech Orion, yeah.
They were over at Ken's house because they couldn't get on Zoom. I didn't realize they were participating. In order to try to move the process along, we held the hearing without them. By the time they got in, we approved their 7 trees.
Okay.
By the time they got back on, and I realized that Ken was them. They, you know, I told them they were approved for their 7 trees.
Okay.
But then when Mark Flagg showed up to cut the trees, he was told to cut a lot more than 7 trees.
Yeah.
If you go over there and count the stumps now, I'm sure Mr. Rabbit can tell you how many stumps there are there. I believe it's probably triple that number.
About 21.
And so hence we have this enforcement situation where we approve 7 trees and the 7 trees were closer to the house.
Okay.
Based on the diagram and the picture we had. And the trees that were actually cut down were triple that number, and they were not all close to the house. Some of them were right down by the lake in our no disturb zone. And so that's where we are now.
Okay.
I'm gonna call first on Matt Morrow to see if he has anything to add, and then I'm gonna call on Jack Rabbit, who was you know, actually was the person who showed up. And actually he showed up and he called me and he said, "Oh, they're cutting trees down here, Bob. You know, aren't you going to do something about it?" And I said, "No, I'm not going to do anything about it because we gave them permission to cut trees down." So, but first I'm going to call on Matt Morrow. Matt, do you have anything to add to my little synopsis, or did I get anything you know, please correct anything I got wrong there.
No, there's nothing incorrect that you said. Just to elaborate, I went down on a site inspection with Commissioner LaRouche. We met with your father.
Okay.
We specifically pointed out the 7 trees, said, "These are the 7 you want to cut." There was one in the back of the house, which was an 8th tree, but it was out of the buffer zone. We said, "Those are okay." We asked them about replanting some like white flowering dogwood in its place.
Yep.
We specifically pointed out, well, the trees that you're leaving the other trees, you know, you want to leave the other trees on the shore. Yeah, I just want these big ones. I don't want them to fall on the house. We said, "That's great," because the trees that we approved were outside 30 feet.
Okay.
So to, you know, try to make the long story as short as possible, we worked out a scenario where he would replant the dogwood because they wouldn't grow to be towering pines like he had. And at the same token, we also told him, you know, okay, you don't need to cut the other stuff that's along the shoreline. You're leaving that. He agreed with that statement.
Yep.
The next thing I get is I get a phone call from Commissioner Rabbit, which when we found out what was going on there was a lot more than 7 trees. Mr. Rabbit was, you know, nice enough to call me and let me know what was going on. And by the same token, also instructed that, you know, nothing else should be cut down until we have a chance to look at it And Hickory Hills has a chance to look at it because apparently Hickory Hills hadn't either.
Yep.
I called Mark Flagg just to go over the situation with him. And when I called him, what's concerning me is that despite Commissioner Rabbitt's entreaties to your father,
Yeah.
when I called Mr. Flagg, he said, "Oh, well, I'm on my way there right now." I'm like, "For what?" Well, apparently your father called him and told him to clear out the rest of it. That's the reason why the enforcement action commenced. So I told Mr. Flagg on the phone, you can't do anything more until we resolve this issue with the submergence.
Okay.
And that's why we're here. I
Okay.
believe Mr. LaRouche can vouch for the details that I've given on the initial site visit. So Mike, if you want to chime in at this point.
Mike, please.
Yep, thank you, Matt. You sort of said it exactly the way it happened. It sounded like after we had presented which trees would come down, Mr. Submergent was in agreement that those were the ones in question, and he was going to replant with some white dogwood because they're beautiful trees, and it seemed clear to me as well as to Matt that he understood what was going to happen.
Okay.
And what we agreed to. And I guess that's when we heard things were a lot different after the fact. You know, we were sort of bewildered. What happened?
Sure.
And so, you know, we had a nice conversation. He's a wonderful person. You know, he was delightful, and there seemed to be, everyone would appear to be in agreement of what was going to happen.
Mhm.
And even though we could not approve the day that we saw the trees, we sort of said, this sounds like, you know, something that can certainly get done at the next meeting. And that's when, you know, it seemed like the approval occurred, but then everything changed. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Rabbit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dave, if I could just reinforce what Mike said, your dad's a great guy. He really is. Everybody's known him he was a president of our association. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's a good man. I think it's clearly some confusion. Amy did a nice job on the drawings. I understand you did those.
Amy's out here. Yeah, Amy's out here somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Hey there. Hi.
Hi.
And I'll contribute a little more after you talk about what I believe my father was thinking, but I would love to hear all of yours.
And so when I heard the chainsaws going and I saw the crane, I go, oh my gosh, well, okay. And went over, and that's when I ran into Mark Flagg, and I go, Mark, what are you doing? He goes, I was wondering, you're going to get here. We're taking all the trees down. And I go, you're taking all the trees down?
Yeah.
What? That can't be. And he'd already had a big pile of them down, and they were hauling away, doing a nice job.
Yep.
And that's when I called Bob, and Bob said he's got approval for it. And I go, wow, I missed that meeting. So next thing you know, the conversations continued, and we went back, and basically Matt came back and said, okay, no, this is not what's supposed to be happening. We stopped. I went and spoke with your dad, and Mike, you with me on that second conversation. And we said, look, we need to stop this at this point. And because we need to go back and look, because there's a discrepancy. And he says, well, yeah, but they're pretty close. They only got like 4 or 5 over in the corner over here to take down now, right over by the water. And so he was, you know, in my mind, he was clearly thinking that it was something different than what had going on. And there was no malice intent at all, none, zero. I will note that he did go in and talk to Hickory Hills, and they turned you down.
Okay.
Okay, so, but that was after the fact. So what do you do there? So I think that we just need to, and again, I'm speaking for me, just find a way of, you know, reestablishing that. They were all really good, solid trees that they'd gone down. And I appreciate they're nervous about some of them, but you're on the windward side, your trees are bending in his house direction. I get, we get that. We all have that same problem. You have the same problem, Dave.
Sure, absolutely.
We,
yeah.
we do.
Yeah,
But at the
yeah.
same time, we value having trees around our lake and
I
whatever.
like the shade. Yeah, I like the shade.
Yeah. So we need to figure out what we can do in terms of replanting that whole area with something that's going to be a little bit bigger than a bush. So that's my feeling. But again, there was no malice. There was no forethought of, oh, I'm going to pull something fast on you or anything like that. It's not like that at all.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Appreciate that.
Amy, did you have something you wanted to say? Amy, you're muted.
You're on mute.
Yeah, it's the mystery of Zoom. And it's true. As you know, my father is a bit Zoom impaired. And I will say, just by way of a little bit of background, and I really appreciate that you just absolutely know that he has no malice, because you know the guy. And also, we've been very concerned about my mom's health. Like, really all our synapses are geared towards her and trying to get her to stop falling down, essentially. And so I literally know that that's where his head's been at for the last 2 years. And so the tree thing is, I mean, you'd think a retired person, this would be like the first and foremost thing they think of every day. But in fact, he's dealing with my mom. We all are. And so in terms of him and miscommunication, I also know for a fact he had no intention of cutting all the trees down. So that if he said that to Mr. Flagg was a miscommunication, because he does not want that. And if he said it, I don't know why he would have said it. I mean, I could imagine he might have said it though, because it's just been hard communicating lately. And I know that because my role in my parents' lives right now is the clarifier at medical meetings, because I hear them say things and literally half the things they say, I have to say, no, it's this. And then after every single meeting, they say, I'm so glad you were here. And so I know that it's just been a very hard time for them in terms of not just memory, but it's just kind of overwhelming these days. And so just wanted you to know that that is what's going on. And I do appreciate that you already knew there was no malice. And then I can also say that when my father and I talked about the trees, my fear was I don't know if there's like an official name for trees like this, but I was calling them lollipop trees, because we have these trees that have a thick base, and then instead of having a lot of branches coming out where if the wind came, they would fall and the branch would sort of break their fall, they just have this little puff ball at the top, the lollipop part. And so there just didn't seem to be much to break their fall. And I know that that shape of tree was his concern, and that I know that he also really likes over the fence at Dayton's house in the back, there are some newer evergreens that I think they're only 5 years old, that you did get tall ones to begin with, though, to your credit. But they, if those were to fall down, they have branches, so they wouldn't go anywhere house-wise. And also the trunks themselves aren't that thick. And yet those ones are providing more needles. I don't know how we're measuring what matters in trees, but those ones to me have more space for birds to land. They also are places for little animals to crawl underneath. Like if I was a bunny, I'd be crawling underneath that one, not the lollipop shape, because I could hide under there and hide my kids under there, whatever. So he likes, and my father's a big fan of trees also. So I just wanted to let you know, his concern is about the falling and the storms and, old folks living at the end of a dead end street. It was great when we moved in the 70s. It was like, hey, we're in nature. And now it's a little bit isolating, and I think that their fears have increased. So just so you know, like where they're coming from. And also when I was submitting photos, I was trying to describe this, but I feel like my email, which I did say these things, but I think that my email was probably used more for photographs. And so I think that there was like a ships passing in the night thing, because when my father described it to me, what he wanted, I wrote this stuff down. I actually did not know that he already filled out. I am finding out for the first time that he had filled out an actual official piece of paper. I didn't really know what the application process is. I haven't done it. But so that's what I was trying to show in the photographs. That's basically it. And so I made a point, but only in the writing on the text, just the narrative on the text, to say, like its example trees, but I feel like if you were just looking for my email to supply photographs, I can see where you would have come up with like the 7 trees in the special zone. Sorry, I don't remember the name for it. And the one tree that kind of doesn't seem like you care about that one because it's too far from the lake, but we haven't done that one yet. So if that makes any sense, or if you have any more questions, I mean, I think you all know his intentions were rather sweethearted, but yeah.
I'll take my hand down. How's that?
Matt Merle. They're gonna call on Jack. Matt? Whoops.
I don't see the cute little, there she is.
Matt, can you unmute yourself now?
There we go. Thanks. Yeah, you, sorry, you had shut off my ability to unmute all of a sudden. Bob, if I could be permitted to share my screen.
Yep. Let me make sure that that's, yes, screen sharing is allowed right now.
So this is actually on the cloud. It's part of the record. It is the part of the email exchanges that I had with Amy. And as you can see, the drawing that I asked you to submit, well, the photograph was basically, you can see there's 7 trees here. These were clearly outlined to be cut. I had asked in my entreaties, you can see by the text here, Homewrecker, which I thought was an excellent title. I call them Widowmakers myself. But, you know, this references the tree cutting application that her parents had submitted. The application is to cut down trees that could endanger their home in a storm or a flood. So the email and the ones to follow are for your photographic records to go with the tree cutting application submitted. Applications to cut down trees that could endanger their home. So like this particular one, I believe was in the back by the fence. This actually was out of the buffer zone. And then there were these 7 that were specifically outlined. So that was when I worked with Helen to do this application and get it submitted. I actually went over it with Helen on the phone, wrote up the application, mailed it to her. She was kind enough to sign it, mail it back to me. At the time, we had that new wave of COVID going around, so I didn't do anything in person myself with many people and avoided it as much as possible. That's why I did it with them by mail. But I mean, you can see the application and supporting materials that were provided to me clearly show 7 trees. And I also agree that I don't think there was anything nefarious or malintended about doing this, but nevertheless, it was done. Regardless of how or why it happened, the plain fact is when you look at the application and the materials, Amy, that you submitted to me, it shows, well, 7 trees that are within our jurisdiction. That 8th one, that wasn't within our jurisdiction. Mike and I took that drawing and the map that I made that showed, I did a follow-up map dotting the 7 trees on an ortho photo and scaling out the 30-foot zone that Mike and I had measured out on site. So that the commission had could see clearly that the trees were outside of the 30-foot zone, because within the 30 feet, as we had told your dad on site, if you go within 30 feet, you have to replant. With the size of these trees, you'd have to replant 3 to take their place. So, you know, he's like, well, I don't really want to do that. I'll replant trees that I take down. That's when we came up with the dogwood scenario, because it was outside 30 feet. So that's my, believe it or not, that's my Reader's Digest version. Thank God I didn't go into the long one.
I'm gonna call on Richard Birch. We haven't heard from Richard.
Hey, just to move this all along, it's clear this was a mistake. That they asked for some trees to be taken down and they took down more than what we approved, but what they thought they should be able to take down. So I might suggest that perhaps we're not gonna be replacing the trees this week, this month, or this year, that the Submergents work with Matt to come up with a plan to replace the trees that were taken down that weren't approved, using the formulation that is in our bylaw for tree removal in within the 50-foot zone to the wetland, along with the 7 trees that they had offered to put back for the 7 trees that were approved. And then we can look at it at a later date. That would be my
When you move
recommendation.
the meeting along, Richard.
Can I just
Right.
super quick ask you, there is
Go ahead.
one tree that is left there that is just a totem pole.
Yes, and you took the words from my mouth. I'm
Thank you.
asking the commission to provide the Submergians with permission to have Mark Flagg come back. And there was a white pine, it's been limbed, it's been topped. All that's left is the trunk.
Yeah.
And that they give the Submergians permission to have Mark Flagg come back and take down the totem pole, as she called it.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Bob.
Yes.
The only thing I would ask is that before Mark Flagg goes onto the property to as much as oil a chainsaw, that he call me so we can review this so that there is absolutely no misunderstanding, so that he doesn't go down and that Mr. Submergent comes out and says, oh, by the way, get rid of all these other trees.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be
Agreed,
nice to
agreed.
happen once, not more than once. Or,
Exactly.
you know,
Yep,
not night.
Absolutely,
but-
absolutely agree.
You mark the tree, that's it. That, no other.
Mark the tree.
No, I want the phone call, Jack.
Oh, yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
No, I think
agree.
it's good to do all of the above.
Yeah.
Mark and, you know, I can give a picture too. And also the other thing too is I can go there too and instead of just doing this at medical appointments, I can help him with this too. Cause I think it sounds like he could use the help, basically, frankly, based on what happened.
You know, and that would be great. And as someone who has an elderly parent, my mom being 91, living in a nursing home, and I'm a proxy and go to all her meetings, I totally
Yeah.
I can relate to what you're going through.
Yeah, and it's actually really hard to convince them that, yes, you need to call me and include me because they're just not used to it. And so, as you probably know, my father's 88, and I think he still really is sad he can't do all the things that he used to be able to.
Thank you, Amy. It's 10:39.
All right, let's wrap it. All right.
Oh,
Super sorry. Is it the case that we can or cannot cut down the tree that is not in that zone?
So long.
I highly recommend you do so.
Okay, do so. Thank you.
But I think we got to
Mark
do
Flagg
Hickory Hills.
must call Matt first.
Okay, Mark Flagg and Matt. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I'm sorry, I have one
And you will, and please reach out to Matt to develop a plan in the future to where we go from here.
Got it. And I just have a clarifying question just for
Sure.
advice. I think for the tree that's out of jurisdiction, Jack, you can tell me this. I think we still need to talk to Hickory Hills and get permission for that, right?
I thought anything within 100 feet, Dayton, of the shoreline.
Yeah.
No, I believe it's any tree on the property. It's part of a deed restriction for all of those lots in Hickory
Okay.
Hills over a certain size.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to go.
Right. It is right. That Rich is correct, because I had to go when I had my house done, I had to have permission from Hickory Hills, even though it wasn't on the lake. You're
Okay.
right, Rich. You're right.
All right, Richard, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
Have
All right.
a good night.
Good night.
Night now.
Matt, can you take us through? Wait, who else is still here? Do we know why Rich Tremblay is here, Matt?
Yeah, I can go into that with you outside of a meeting.
Okay, how about Matt Proctor? Do we know why he's still here at this hour?
I think he just loves us.
Okay, good. All right, well, I can feel the love through the screen. So please take us through the rest of the enforcement so we can get this meeting over with. I thought we were done with these meetings.
The remainder of the enforcements, Townsend Street, Arbor Street, I gotta talk to the DEP agent to get a final answer from her. She hasn't given me the final answer. Arbor Street and I don't have the agenda in front of me. Where is it? Bob, can you read the list? I don't have the
Sure,
agenda.
615 Townsend Street.
I have a
Yeah.
conference with town council to review that whole scenario because of the multi-layers of permitting that could potentially be involved.
Okay, we did 441. A non at, I'm sorry, Leominster Road illegal dumping, that's nothing there.
The
48,
NOI is in process.
48 Oak Ridge.
Talking to town council about that at the same time next week.
Okay, Arbor Street, 205 Arbor Street.
I should have an answer for you for the next meeting from DEP.
23 Cove Road, I want to talk about that for a minute. I went by there yesterday, and you know that frame? He took and he wrapped it in plastic, and it's now full of stuff. It's a building
really?
now.
Okay, I'll go take a look at it.
And it looks to me like he's doing some cutting on the other side of the house.
On the other side. Okay, I'll check that out too.
Thank you. I think the 61A release request is a legacy from a previous did I miss a public meeting for Proctor Masonry at 203 Fire Road 16? I thought we already passed that.
We've had a couple of them, a few of them. I thought we approved that.
Yeah, I think
That's what I asked you guys that at the last meeting.
Yeah, and I think I might be looking at the wrong version of this agenda. I'm gonna try and go out with Matt to look at 260 Howard Street. Just to try and figure out where we can put a trail through there and then invite everybody back to look at it at a later time. But to be honest, I don't know when we'll get to that. I've been working on the materials to put on the informational kiosks. I've been taking and producing the documents, and then I bring them down to Minuteman Press, and they laminate them. They do an amazing job. And then they'll go under plexiglass. I have to totally disassemble the kiosks at Cowdrey, because the only way you can take and put something new is to totally take the whole thing apart, then slide the plexiglass out, put the new stuff on the bulletin board, put the plexiglass back in, and then put the whole thing back together.
Wow.
What I'm finding is that we don't have enough room on our bulletin boards, on the kiosks, to display our land use rules. I had hoped to take and display the land use rules, you know, in their totality. So what I'm proposing is that we take
Make them smaller.
for now, put up a QR code to lead people to the land use rules, and maybe put down some bullet points and say that but we'll take that up at a future meeting. But I'm proposing to do QR codes for the land use rules at the kiosks, because we don't have enough room on our bulletin boards to display the maps and display all of our land use rules. We received a letter from the bylaw review committee commission, and so I'm going to put it on the agenda at a future meeting to have people look over our current bylaws to see if there's anything that we think we want to amend under the bylaw review process. And we have a certificate of compliance for 50 Page Street. Tell us about this, Matt.
There actually is an as-built. This is one of those two lots that we approved on Page. I think it's actually now known as 52.
And so it's on, let me see if I can. 50-page. So what should I call up? The as-built site plan?
Correct.
Holy mackerel. Oh. This is one of those ones that Greg Roy bought for us not that long ago.
Yeah, they're actually doing a very good job out on site. They've kept their erosion control up very well. I mean, it's one of those jobs that I've been very pleased with. I've had like extremely little to nothing to say at all to them about this work. Which is a good commentary in and of itself. So the lot that they've asked to have released is fully stable, and you have the necessary attestation from the engineer. All the proper documentation is enclosed.
Is any comments or questions from commissioners? Seeing now, I'm looking for a motion to approve this certificate of compliance.
So moved.
A second. Come on, please, somebody second it.
I did, second.
Jack seconded.
Okay,
Patty
roll call
thirded.
vote. Rich Birch,
Aye.
Jeff. Viviano,
Aye.
Patty Adams,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and I for myself. Any committee reports? Administrators' determinations, open space and land use issues. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn unless there's, public comment. Are there any public comment from commissioners?
Your administrator has one quick comment.
Okay, go ahead, administrator.
Okay, so on the, I believe I put it on this meeting cloud. There is a plan. If I'm wrong and I didn't put it on the cloud, but I thought I did, I can send it to you guys. At the parking lot at Mackey's by the bridge job, there's a section of culvert that comes from the outlet from the bridge that connects to a culvert going through Mackey's parking lot that collapsed. They patched it up and have a fence around it so no traffic can go on it. They have the traffic routed around the fence through the parking lot pretty decently, so they're still able to flow sufficiently. Peter Reynolds did a quick sketch on a culvert. He's filing a notice of intent to replace that entire culvert. He's looking at doing an open bottom culvert made of a two block section of concrete with a concrete top. It would have a natural bottom, and it would encompass the same square footage of width that is there currently now. Mr. Reynolds is going to do a notice of intent with an actual CAD drawing to send to us on that culvert, which I'm looking forward to seeing. As you guys know, Mr. Reynolds is a very seasoned structural engineer. So, you know, if he's telling me this thing is going to hold up until our great-great-grandchildren are no longer with us, I would take him at his word, to be personally, my personal opinion.
This is a picture of the existing culvert there.
That's a big one.
Yeah, that's the outlet. And you can see in the background, there's a fence right there. Yeah, wrapped around the area in the center of the parking lot where the culvert collapsed.
I now feel much less secure when I'm parked in the Mackey's parking lot. I got to tell you that.
Yeah, well, park in the parking lot to the area of the left of the fence, that's away from the culvert.
Anything else, Matt?
Nope, that'll do it.
Any comment from the public?
I did have one quick question on that, Matt. You had emailed it out, and you had included a couple 50-year-old letters justifying the size of the culvert at that time. Are they going to give us a more up-to-date determination of what size that culvert should be? I mean, because it's not just a drainage culvert, that is a covering of Pearl Brook, I believe.
It is. You're absolutely right.
You're correct. And Mr. Reynolds is going to come in with, you know, pre-existing and post-development calculations. His whole reasoning for enclosing that documentation was to show that Mass Highway had a requirement for the, I believe it was 72 or 77,
72.
72 square feet.
Oh, no, 77 square feet, but it was 1972 that they were using the standards from. And where they're gonna be daylighting and replacing the culvert, I would hope that they would come up with more modern statistics for exactly what that, the brook should be rerouted as for sizing for, stormwater and drainage and things like that.
Well, I think the point Mr. Reynolds was trying to make to me on site, which is why he gave me the documentation, was he examined it and felt that the square footage that was done by Mass Highway was actually kind of oversized even for high flows on that culvert. However, the material the culvert was made for obviously is metal. He's looking to do something more permanent with the concrete, and he wants to do the natural bottom. That was, it was just like, it was a field document that he gave me to look over in the field as a supporting documentation as to what he was basing his initial calculations on.
Okay, yeah, but I'm sure there's modern calculations that should be done to make sure that it's appropriately sized. 'Cause I think the sizing in 50 years ago was basically make it for the same size as what runs under the bridge, but you know, again, that was 50 years ago statistics, so we should probably have some modern, up-to-date reasoning as to the size of the underground stream.
No, I don't disagree with you at all.
That would be my only request when he's coming back before us. Not using 50-year-old just because the bridge is that size. That's what size the culvert is.
Well,
Thank you very much.
Rich, if it's as big as the bridge that's immediately upstream of it, I would think that would be big enough.
Well, that was 50 years ago. I mean,
Well,
I don't
but
know
they
if the
just
bridge is the
rebuilt the
same
bridge.
size today or not.
They just rebuilt the bridge, so.
Yeah. Well, let's see what they've got underneath it now.
Yep, okay, good point.
Yep.
Any other comments, questions? Nick?
I'm not trying to go back to it or anything. I just have a quick question. So I'm under a construction loan right now. So there's like phases. The number one thing, or I guess the most important thing, would have been the septic. Right now, the ground, I mean, I don't know when it freezes, but I know last year we had to pull an emergency permit to, when the pipe broke, we had to put town water in. Chris already has his permit from to do the septic. I mean, without touching the house, is there any way that I can keep this going, at least to get it out? I mean, before it hits, I'm hoping it doesn't hit January, February. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to get this job done. I mean, it's a construction loan. It's not like without the septic, I can't get occupancy. I know usually you do the septic in the end, but I mean, at this time, I mean, I'm just trying to get stuff. I know the cost is going to go up if the ground freezes. I know that for a fact.
I'm gonna call on Matt Merle.
My take on it is, as he has an approved order conditions for the installation of the septic system. That was part of his order. Jimmy Gareffi goes down and inspects those regularly to ensure that they're put in the place they're supposed to be. So as long as it's put in where it's supposed to be, I don't see any reason why he couldn't proceed with that part of it.
Okay. Yeah. So I just, again, I'm not a contractor. I just pay the bills. So there's a stop work order for Jeremy to build. Do I have everybody's okay that Chris Smith can come in and start installing the septic? I know there's phases where, like you said, I believe you guys, Matt, you might need to come out to just inspect something. I know the building commissioner has to come out. I'm assuming Board of Health comes out at some point. Again, I'm just trying to get this, and the contractor probably doesn't want me to get the septic put in before this, but it's my house, you know, it's my property. I'm trying to do everything I can, and it would just make things a lot easier if the ground wasn't completely frozen.
Well, the stop work order issued by the building commissioner is on the structure itself. It's not on the septic system. Our stop work order was a little bit more comprehensive, but again, it's an underground structure. It's very strictly regulated as to where it could go under Title V. I don't have an issue with it being put in now. I mean, it's a commission decision, obviously. But from my standpoint, I'm not uncomfortable with the idea of it going in now.
Are any comments from commissioners?
I have no problem with allowing to continue that portion of it. Mr. Chairman.
Make a motion, we lift the stop work order on the septic system portion of 441.
Do we
Townsend
have
Harbor
a
Road.
second?
Second.
Second.
Roll call vote. Rich Birch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Patty Adams,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Aye for myself.
Thank you, guys.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Rich Birch,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Patty Adams,
Aye.
Katie Childs. What, she's not here. Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
and definitely I for myself. Good
Mr.
night,
Happy-
everyone.
Happy almost Thursday, guys.
All right.
Comment, Matt, your granddaughter has your eyes. She's beautiful.
Yeah. And if you see the way she's mounting that pizza down, she has my appetite.
Yeah.